Why, hello everyone, and welcome to the official Action RPG live stream. My name is Aaron, the owner and operator of the YouTube channel Action RPG. And today we got a busy day. Busy day. Forgot to turn on two of my lights. Diablo 4 Campfire chat is kicking off in 20 minutes, so we are 20 minutes away from that, and we're gonna see everything new. Supposedly changes to Paragon, maybe some new skills, maybe new level cap. A lot of changes are supposed to be announced today. They're saying it's supposed to be a 2-hour campfire. They said it might be longer than 2-hour campfire. So I literally ran upstairs, I grabbed my dumbbells, and yeah, loaded up D4. Figure we'll play D4 until it starts, and then get things going. I've got 2 different indie games we're gonna look at today, and should be a great day. Dang, I know, right? Lose, hello, Digital Void, what's up? Diesel, how are you? Puffy, hi. Diablo 4 Campfire. Should be exciting. After this, we should know everything. Like, legitimately everything about the DLC and what's coming. This should be the cat's out of the bag stream. No more hiding. It's like their 3rd campfire. Doing good, brother. How are you? I'm doing good. I feel like I was already, well, I'm already done with season 5. I was done after 4 days. But I can log in and play for 18 minutes as we wait for the campfire to start. Here, we should pump this thing up. What do we got? Oh my, I don't have any brains in my inventory. Let's go. Dex, what's up? When is campfire? Campfire kicks off in, I wonder if I have it on my right screen. 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Game is so ridiculously easy. Right now I'm logged into my Frenzy Barbarian. Frenzy Barb. Yeah, we'll be kicking off in 18 minutes. Today will also be the last day of our indie extravaganza. So we've been playing a different indie game every day. Today will be the last day of that. Tomorrow we'll be back on Last Epoch for Dev Chat Bingo. Saturday off, start the new week on Sunday. D4 actually looks better with only 1/3 of the screen visible. You're right, you're right. We could make that way smaller. How's that? Now anybody that comes by can see that we're queued up and ready for it. We're just messing around in Helltide as we're waiting. I understood your joke, though. Yes. Very funny. Puffy, when was the last time you played D4? I know, I'm just waiting for Kaiser to show up. I made like 6 sources already. What? What are you talking about? You made multiple sources on the same season? Pretty hard one. Yes, sir. Why? I mean, I legit don't understand it. It's so easy to respec in this game. Why would you re-level another source? And don't say to get a resplendent spark. That's probably why, though. I had to cover for Kaiser. He appreciates that. Yes, sir. Busted. Uber Uniques felt much easier to get. I only made 1 character, my Barbarian. I'm currently rocking Tyrael's Might, Ring of the Starless Skies, and I found 2 Grandfathers. And I only played 4 days. That's 4 Ubers in 4 days. Busted. All right, everybody, 14 minutes, and yes, we will go full screen for the campfire. I killed Aberoth yesterday. Woohoo! What'd you kill him with? Now, I want to be clear, and I don't say this to be disrespectful. Did you, like, kill him? Which means it was like a normal 5-6 minute fight. You went through all the phases. It was fun and challenging. Or was it, he walks down, you hit him once, and then he falls over? Did you actually, like, fight him? Run, horsey. No, I had to try multiple times. I make my own builds so they are not meta or anything. Very nice. That is huge. Congratulations. That is very, very cool. What happened? How did we get here? Today's the D4 campfire, which I have said for I don't know how many days straight. Campfire starts in 12 minutes. My bags are too full. I opened my first Tormented boss yesterday and realized I have a lot to learn about the end game. I only started playing seriously this season. I see. I'm repressing it. I see. It's a memory you're trying to hold back from. Is that where you're at right now? I only have 5 million gold.
Anything else?
I actually thought about buying D4 since it's on sale, but realized the expansion drops soon. I think I told you that. If you plan on buying it, just know you have to get the expansion as well, because it'd be silly to not get the expansion. knowing it's so soon. Yeah, today I've got 2 indie games queued up. What is it? Linworm? Linworm's one? And what's the other one? I don't remember. Some rogue. So we got 2 indie games lined up for today. And D4 Campfire. And then we'll be back on Last Epoch tomorrow. Hey, what's up, Kiko? I just pre-purchased the expansion. You feeling pumped and ready or what? Today we get all the info. Paragon changes, potential leveling changes, potential skill changes. Macro Bio Boy was talking about how all the cats should be out of the bag after today. So we will see what they have cooking up for Season 6. So it turns out I'm allergic to my blood pressure medication. That's why you've been sick? So they're poisoning you is what's happening. That makes sense. That makes sense. They're poisoning you. So me and my wife had to give blood and do a physical to ensure our insurance is lower for next year. It's like preventative maintenance. So preventative health checks to make sure you're good. And it like significantly lowers your insurance, like by $1,000, more than $1,000. So we just did our physical and blood work yesterday and today. And I'm happy to say I'm pretty darn healthy. Thank you. Hello there, what's today, D4? Today is D4 Campfire, which starts in 8 minutes. Right now we're just screwing around in Diablo 4 as we wait for the campfire to start. That is all it is. Today we have 2 indie games lined up and Diablo 4 Campfire. Lower health risk on insurance. Yep, congrats. Yeah, I don't know. My wife and kids have been getting a kick out of it because my wife says it's because I'm dead inside. But the nurse was like, you have one of the lowest resting heart rates I've ever seen, or at least in a really long time. I'm like, really? She goes, yeah, your resting heart rate is 46. He's like, I haven't seen a resting heart rate like that in a while. You must have like a really good stress outlet. I was like, I have no idea. Are you a vampire in the making? I don't know. She said the average adult is 60 to 100. And she said like athletes and people that train, you could get into the low 40s. So she's like, yeah, you're like really good. Like, oh, cool. My wife's like, because you're dead inside. You have no feelings or thoughts. I'm like, yeah, I do, I think. Come here. Oh yeah, I was like, where'd that goblin come from? I forgot we're in the middle of an event right now, right? Don't worry, this is all pre-show. The actual campfire starts in 7 minutes. Everything they're talking about right now, we already know. Low 40s, bro. I crushed that score. I was 190 over 30. You're resting. It's resting heart rate, not blood pressure.
I must wait.
When do points reset? September 1st. September 1st. Who else thinks they're gonna sell cosmetics for followers for D4 too? Resting heart rate 70, gang. Where are you at?
I'm low on
I've like weird because I mean, I can't remember as adults ever caring or even looking at my resting heart rate before, just to be honest. I've never even thought about it. Yeah, my doctor was happy. I feel like the question was asked on YouTube. Do you think Blizzard will start selling cosmetics for mercenaries? Cosmetics for mercenaries. And I would say absolutely. I would be pretty shocked if they didn't. Maybe not right off the bat so it doesn't come off. Like, they're smart enough to know that it'll come across probably bad if the first introduction of mercenaries have paid cosmetics. Maybe. I mean, I really don't know, but yeah, I think in the future that could be definitely something we see. For sure. Okay. Let's do this. We've got 4 minutes. I don't want to do anything else for Diablo 4. We're going to switch sides. Kill the right screen.
The mercenaries for Vessel of Hatred, one of the things we are expanding on is the skill tree. For Diablo 3, you had a very basic type of mercenary, but this time you can actually push a little bit more into the skill tree and make the mercenary the way you would want to play.
Going through each mercenary progression arc and outfitting their skill tree so that it's complementary to your character build, I think that's where the fun in the mercenary system really lies.
The mercenaries.
The Dark Citadel is a new in-game feature that's coming in
My
Vessel
current
of
heart
Hatred.
rate is 50 beats
It's an
per minute.
entirely
Is that like
cooperative player
like your
experience.
Apple Watch is tracking
All the
it?
mechanics within it are based around you working together with your party members to solve the challenges and face the first Khazra hordes within.
One of the outcomes of the Mage Wars is this giant crater and all the souls that were kind of lost in it from those wars.
The goal of the first Khazra, who are kind of the original Khazra,
Yeah.
they're using the powers within the citadel found within this crater to perform experiments to try and bring back their dark god.
Only
I started the stream a couple minutes
people
late because I had to go
started
upstairs
missing.
and get some
They head
weights.
into the Khazra
Normally
region,
during
they
these streams I
disappear,
have
never
to
be seen again.
exercise
So
to
it's clear that whatever they're planning is about to come to fruition, and your job
stay
as the players to
entertained.
get in there and
I'm
stop
hoping
it.
today it's
Citadels
very
are a place where
entertaining.
we take what is the best part of Diablo, combat, and we test it in a different way, which is adding in cooperative mechanics that you have to manage on top of that.
For example, a boss has an attack, and as a player, you have to collect an item that allows you to reflect the attack back at him. So there's a little bit of a Twitch level mechanic there where you actually have to time your reaction shot. What's interesting about it is when you get multiple people in there, we're each responsible for reflecting that shot once, so we all have to sort of master the timing of that move. You can't do that kind of thing without coordinating as a team, and that's sort of the example of what Citadel gameplay feels like.
When designing the Citadel, we designed a lot of really cool bosses. And so one of the things that we did is we took that design and made like armor sets for each of the classes. That way you
Mercenary
feel
Sister
like
is
you
a
took their
follower,
armor
yes.
and
One
you feel
of
like you're
4
wearing
followers
a little bit of them after your victory.
that has a skill
We also
tree,
have a currency that's
and you can
dedicated
set
to
their
Citadel,
ability
where
to one of
as you play
your
through,
skills,
the vendor can be interacted
so that
with to
when
buy
you click
custom
that skill, your
cosmetics that are
mercenary
unique
does
to
the following
Citadel.
skill.
You can play with 2 people,
No gear.
but the ideal experience is for 4. In order to facilitate that, we've built an all-new Party Finder feature, and the community has been pretty vocal about wanting this for a long time.
Party Finder's coming,
It made a lot of
raids
sense
are
to us to
coming,
pair it with
followers
this new
are
Citadel
coming.
mode.
It really is an
The new
activity
part of the
that's
map is
geared
coming.
towards people who love to play together
New
with their
class
friends
is coming.
or with strangers and enjoy that cooperative gameplay.
A bit like a companion
I
in
cannot
LA.
wait for players to get into the
so
world.
far,
I'm really just excited for people to see all the little
so far for companions, we have not seen a life bar. So it's leading people to believe that it's more like the Falcon in Last Epoch. So like it can't die. An unkillable follower. But I don't know. So far we haven't seen anything like that.
Hello, Diablo community. Welcome to another Campfire chat. This is the patch 2.0 Campfire chat for PTR. As you guys can see, we're in a little bit of a new environment. We're all doing this from home. We had to do a quick last-minute pivot about 24 hours ago. I was struck by some con flu after Gamescom, but I just wanted to give a quick shout out to our production teams behind the scenes. Lucas, Jade, and Rich, they made a quick pivot to allow us to do this and for us to be safe and to be able to still give you guys this exciting information for patch 2.0. But
Adam on
to
X
lead us
said
off,
that he
I
got
do want us to
COVID,
do
so they
some
had to
quick
switch
intros
to
for everyone here on the
web
actual
form.
panel. So Colin, would you like to start off the intros?
Yeah, sure. I'm Colin on the design team.
What?
Hello, I'm Aislinn Hall. I'm a systems designer with a focus on live balance.
Hey everyone, I'm Charles Dunn. I'm a class designer working on the live balance for Diablo 4.
Hey everyone, I'm Jeevan Sidhu, and I also work on the systems team.
Awesome. So we got a whole panel here, way more than what we normally have because we have so much to actually cover. We do want to jump into things pretty immediately, but I did want to recap really quickly. Obviously, last week we were at Gamescom. We made some really big announcements for Vessel of Hatred, where we announced, the mercenaries that will be coming to Vessel of Hatred, along with how that system works.
Thanks,
with,
Crazy.
Reinforcements. It's like a new take of how mercenaries play within Diablo, especially since mercenaries has such a storied history within the franchise itself. And of course, we also talked about the Cuirass Undercity.
It's a shame their volumes are all over the place. It makes it so hard. Even when I do the podcast, we do a dry run so I could try and level all their volumes. But yeah, it's tough.
And other features within the game. We do actually have a blog up on Diablo4.com that does do a good deep dive across all of those.
I like Colin's Dollar Store
so you guys
headset.
can actually check that out. But we have a packed agenda today. This will be a long one, so we hope that everyone will sit down and grab a snack and join us as we talk about some pretty large systemic changes that will be coming with Diablo 4.
Bottom right's
along
not
with some
wearing a
new
headset.
stuff that we'll be sharing as well that will also be coming with Diablo 4. So we're going to start off with some progression updates. We're going to move off into some class and balance changes along with some quality of life updates. And then we'll kind of cap it off with a cool new announcement that will be coming with Vessel of Hatred. So Aislinn, Colin,
exciting.
I know you guys want to jump into
Adam Fletcher's using my old microphone. It's an Elgato Wave 3.
Take it away.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And I'm sure everyone has no idea what the big surprise is at the end.
None whatsoever.
So right. Let's jump into the progression. So
I'm gonna turn
when we
Colin
launched
up.
the game, we had a sort of vision for the game that we felt like was really fun to play through once, where you'd sort of traverse through these world tiers and you'd be gaining new sacred items rarely, and then you'd be getting ancestral items when hopping into world tier 4. And as we played the game more and more, and as we've gotten feedback, that necessarily hasn't really been super fun. So we've sped up a lot of the progression to sort of get you into that space that where you feel powerful, where you have autonomy over your choice in terms of difficulty and challenge and reward. Diablo is all about that progression, right? And sort of blasting and feeling efficient. So we wanted to take a step back after looking at itemization. We've added a ton of itemization progression that we think is feeling pretty good. There's a lot of ways to customize your character. There's a lot of ways to progress your itemization. And we wanted to look at other aspects of the game. So that came in the form of like, what hasn't aged super well? What are the things that we really enjoy and we see that you all enjoy, and doubling down on that. So two of those things are difficulty and overall just character progression from your paragons, your glyphs, etc. We've sort of taken the approach of like really doubling down and embracing again what has been really fun, right? Blasting, being efficient, having control over your challenge and reward, right? Profane Mind Cages is awesome when you can stack it to 3 and you can hop into those hell ties and just start getting tons of experience and reward for pushing that challenge. Key dungeons like Nightmare Dungeons and Infernal Hordes. Kiko. Really, pretty much every endgame in the system at this point has a tiering system associated with it, and we think that's like pretty indicative of like what has been fun, and we want to embrace that. And part of that is, that idea of I can push really hard to get more efficiency. Part of that's conquering milestones, right? It's really good. It's a ton of fun to hop into World Tier 3 early. I think I hopped in at level 25 in the latest release just to see if I could do it, and it was a ton of fun. And it's sort of all about embracing that gaining power in multiple ways, feeling super powerful. And then another thing that we really wanted to look at in terms of making this better is alting. We made a change to make it so that the mythic uniques could be equipped at level 35, and if you've done that, it's a really badass experience where roll a barbarian, slap a grandfather on him, and you just blast through the leveling experience, and it's a ton of fun. That being said, we've added tons of sort of power to the equation, and we wanted to make sure that we also gave you more autonomy to sort of challenge yourself with all that new power, and we're adding a ton of new power in the expansion as well. So to cover it again, right, we want to look at expanding the progression in other areas of the game come patch 2.0. So with that, Aislinn actually has a bunch of exciting changes to talk about here.
I do. Thank you, Colin. Okay, everyone, I want you to put on your thinking caps because we have a lot of details to cover. So buckle up.
I'm getting tired.
We, in fact, have a topic screen here because there's so many things regarding progression that we're going to be talking about today. So the way that we're approaching this presentation is we're basically going to be bringing you through what a character's journey would actually look like. Starting by talking about the character journey and then talking about some difficulty tier changes that are coming, and then going deeper into, how you're going to be gaining more rewards from those said difficulty tiers.
Yes,
so yeah, without further ado, let's simply jump in and get started with the character journey. Okay, so some changes coming to how you're going to be leveling up. There's going to be a level adjustment, first of all, coming to patch 2.0.
The rumors
right now
are
in the live game, you go from character level 1 to 50. Those are your skill point levels. And then every level after 50 is a Paragon level where you're earning 4 Paragon points per Paragon level. We're going to be splitting those out in patch 2.0. And so you're going to earn Paragon points, which are going to be separate from your character level. Levels 1 to 50 represent those character levels. And there's also going to be a new max character level, quote unquote, of level 60. And that means that you are going to be earning 10 more skill points from what you had been earning pre-patch 2.0. There's also going to be a reimagined pace to the leveling journey. So we have a lot of new difficulty tiers that are being added to the game. More on that soon. But effectively, lower difficulty tiers are going to be offering you a slower pace if you're a newer player, you just want a very casual, chill experience. But you're going to be able to bump it up if you want to. Like if you're engaging with tempering, you're engaging with all these systems that are making your character stronger, and you want something to test that against, we're aiming to give that to you. And these
I'm falling asleep.
difficulty
Tekken.
tiers are going to be offering you improved efficiency, improved rewards, and the goal is to improve your pace if you can blast through these difficulties.
Blast. You got to
Yeah, this
blast.
is a
Now,
lot
there's
like the
oh, yeah.
mine cages, right? Like we sort of heard, yeah, we heard you like mine cages, so we put it in the game systemically, like from whispers to Helltide to literally everything in the world. Like maybe you like doing dungeons, and really it's sort of like giving players that choice to do what they want, and it's not just Helltide now that can push that difficulty.
Yeah, totally. Like we were just playing on the development team, and we were playing in Helltides and playing with mine cages, and we were like, this is great. Like I want to just be able to do this or like have this option available to me, like basically whenever I'm playing. So that's a big part of these changes. Moving on here to the number adjustments. So as a lot of you guys found in footage, yes, there is a pretty substantial number adjustment. So a big part of this is we want to make sure that there's room for growth. And we're adding a lot of player power in patch 2.0 and Vessel of Hatred. And we want to make sure that numbers don't get so crazy that we cannot even fathom them, right? And so a big part of this is giving us a good starting point in patch 2.0 where we can afford to grow numbers.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Aislan,
I think it's really important, to have numbers that are like, when you're like doing damage numbers to see ones that are meaningful to you, right? If you're increasing your damage like even 10x, but it's taking it from like an 8 or 9 digit number to a 10 digit number, it's almost impossible to see that kind of growth in player power. So with numbers that are more readable on screen, that A, makes it much more obvious when you're getting more powerful, and just makes the game as a whole easier to kind of comprehend.
Totally.
Yeah, and it's important to note that like this is relative, in that we're not slowing you down in any way. This is purely sort of one of those adjustments that we're making to ensure that you can have more growth in the end game. We're not at the top end nerfing things like crit chance or CDR. Really, this is all about having actually like sort of what we set out to do when we launched the game is have more grounded numbers for longer.
No, Adam Fletcher has COVID, so they went to digital format.
Yeah. Yeah, you're still going to have a lot of power to game. And yeah, finally, just going back to this first bullet here on this slide, we're going to talk more about Paragon later, but for now we're going to focus on some other things. So sit tight. Okay, let's talk about how monsters are changing. So we've streamlined monster health and damage in a pretty big way. We took a look at how monsters gain health and how they gain damage over different difficulty tiers. And we've really like honed in and kind of universalized our approach to how they're gaining power throughout your character experience. And this is going to be applying to all monster types, normal monsters, minions, which are elites, little buddies, elites themselves, and of course bosses. And all of these monsters now have health that's relative to their normal monster counterpart on any given like difficulty tier. And what this does is it really helps smooth difficulty progression and the difficulty of any experience that you're currently in. Secondly, we have some changes to monster scaling. So monsters are going to scale to a pit tier, and we're going to talk more about that as well pretty soon too. So sit tight. And the big thing here is that monsters are always going to match the player level now. So on live, we have a world where monsters can be, 100 levels offset of you and anywhere in between. And that can be fairly hard to understand. And so a big part of this pass is kind of removing that element of the game so that we can focus on what difficulty we're currently in and using that as the judge of how hard or how easy or wherever in between the content you're currently in is. And finally, we have some pretty cool combat tuning changes. So we've taken a lot of looks at, like the moment-to-moment combat pacing in the game. And monster mechanics across the board have been adjusted to really hone in on player momentum. You're here to slaughter demons. We want you to move quickly through the game. And we don't necessarily want monsters to be slowing you down, especially normal monsters. And to achieve this, we've reduced instances of getting one shot like out of nowhere, and we've also adjusted boss HP so that they're not quite as grindy after you're moving in from, after blasting down AoE packs in the pit, for example.
Yeah, it was
Making
definitely
it
a pain
easier?
point. Oh, great call.
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, just saying, right, that's always been the pain point in the pit so far is like, hey, you're really strong, you blast through most of the dungeon, and then you get up to the boss, and the boss takes, 5 minutes or more. That's just like such a slog. So we're definitely making sure it's a more consistent experience in a given difficulty tier. You're going to have a more consistent experience across boss and other portions of the game.
Yeah, and we've already taken a lot of steps towards this. In one of the previous seasons, we set it so that you wouldn't get armor cap penalties as the monster is leveled higher than you, right? So this is really just sort of consolidating a lot of the, I'm going to get shit for the Blizzard math, on the back end to make sure that like a lot of the things are really being reworked on the back end to address the problems we see on live with the crazy exponential scaling of boss health from like 4 different multipliers and the crazy exponential damage that some of the monsters are getting. It's like the corpse bow, of course, dying in one shot from off screen. A lot of those things should be much more consistent as you're climbing through those difficulty tiers, which we're going to talk more about in the future or in this presentation.
Very soon, in fact. Like right now, difficulty tiers.
Right now.
Let's talk about it. So this is our beautiful Blizzard illustration, if you will, of current day difficulty. Art by Colin. Thank you very much.
Got to call out Colin. Yeah.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
We've got
We're going to get art for this.
This is art. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is beautiful. Modern art. You can see we have the big bone boss, very, very sad at the current state of things up there. So what this is basically illustrating is that there are basically brackets right now on live where various content is relevant. You have world bosses that stay relevant for a certain amount of time. You have Helltide that stays relevant, maybe a little bit longer than world bosses do.
Yeah, I love it.
Then you have world tiers 1 and 2. Then you have world tier 3, which is, very sad. Sorry, world tier 3.
Yeah.
And then world tier 4.
Magnifying glass, you can see it.
Yeah. Maybe if you look really closely, you can see how long it takes to go through world tier 3. And then world tier 4, which has like a bit of a tail, but still pretty short. And then we compare it to like where our character's power currently exists, which is, you've got level 1 to 100. And then of course your journey throughout all of the pit tiers. And basically what this is illustrating is a lot of these content types fall off. World bosses don't stay relevant forever. Helltide doesn't stay relevant forever. The world tiers you're living on in the open world don't stay relevant. And eventually it simply becomes about running the pit. And that's the place where you can judge your character's strength. We don't necessarily want the game to work that way. We want a lot of activities to stay fun and interesting and engaging for as long as possible. And so
what's crazy is that pit is like day 2.
Is coming to difficulty tiers. So let's dive into the meat and potatoes of this, talking about pit arbitration. And that's just a fancy way of basically saying that the pit is going to be something behind the scenes that's setting the pace of all difficulty in the game across all content types. So pit tiers are going to match difficulty tiers. There's going to be 5 pit tiers per standard difficulty, which is just encapsulating 4 new world tiers pre-level 60, which are normal, hard, expert, and penitent. And then there will be 15 pit tiers per torment difficulty. And there are going to be 4 torment difficulty tiers, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Difficulty tiers are going to derive monster health, damage, and intensity from the pit tier that is associated with that difficulty tier. And I know that's a little complicated, but we're going to have some supporting stuff to show what this means a little better pretty soon. And I do want to call out intensity here. Colin, do you want to talk about monster intensity raising between difficulty tiers?
Yeah, so intensity is something we played around with in the base game, and it's sprinkled out throughout the game. But what intensity is it's a back-end system that controls monster aggressiveness as well as monster intelligence. So by aggressiveness, it's things like they attack faster, they have lower cooldowns, they move faster, And then intelligence is they predict your movement more, they'll face you more. So if it has a big swing, it's actually going to try and track you a little bit more accurately. So it's not just the health and damage that's going up through these difficulty tiers. The monsters are actually becoming a little bit more dynamic and fast-paced. And we think that feels pretty good, especially when it's sort of scaling through the new difficulties here system that we have.
Yeah, this is something we do have on the live game, but in the new patch 2.0, you're really going to feel that difference. Currently, you feel a little bit of difference in between the different world tiers, and that's just going to be magnified. And your moment-to-moment combat it's not just going to be higher numbers. The moment-to-moment will feel different and harder at these higher torment difficulties.
Yep, they're going to become bigger jerks as you ascend difficulties. All right, so let's talk about difficulty gating. So this is basically how people are going to be moving through these different difficulty tiers. So the pit is going to unlock once you hit character level 60, which is the new maximum character level in patch 2.0. So pit tiers associated with standard difficulties are going to unlock immediately, which is pit tiers 1 through 20. You're going to be able to challenge all of those immediately once you're max level. And you're going to need to beat pit tier 20 to unlock the first torment tier. Once you beat pit tier 20, you're allowed to go into the overworld on torment 1. And then, as we see here, there are 15 pit tiers per torment difficulties. So to unlock torment 2, you would then need to progress through the pit and beat pit tier 35, at which point you can now go into torment 2 in all other activities, so on and so forth. So this is basically creating a... Sorry, go ahead, Colin.
Oh, I was going to jump in and say, like, what's kind of interesting is, like, Torment 1 you can think about as World Tier 3 today. And what we're sort of doing is essentially saying, now that level cap is 60, you actually can find some of the best items in the game very early, right? Imagine if you were able to just start finding the best items in the game in World Tier 3. That's really sort of what we're talking about here. We're really speeding up when you can actually get to
Capstone
the end game, where
gone?
we've added things like the pit.
Did they dump
we've added
capstones?
Like, nightmare dungeons and more endgame activities for you to engage with, and item modification systems. So it really is sort of getting you into the fun faster, which also makes alting a lot more cool, right? It's way easier to sort of get to that point where, all right, I'm in the end game. I'm going to start looking for awesome items. I'm going to start modifying my items. So we think that like sort of represents a pretty substantial change to how you play the game.
Oh,
so
yeah,
for
absolutely.
us wondering why we kind of built it around the pit, and why we associated difficulty with the pit. How do y'all think about that?
Yeah, so right now the pit is a fantastic razor to judge your character against. And I think that this overhaul is effectively turning the pit into the game's backbone, to use kind of a gruesome term, but we're Diablo, so whatever. It's basically turning the pit into the game's backbone of like difficulty. And all other difficulties is kind of derived from that. And it gives us a very predictable and understandable pace for you to experience all other activities in the game based on the pit's difficulty.
Yeah, and that razor is great for pushing difficulty, right? You think about how part of what's really fun, again, about Diablo is that feeling of progression and that feeling of becoming powerful, then taking on a big-ass demon, killing it, getting awesome loot. And what the pit is going to do is you're going to push that difficulty, then unlock new torment tiers, which is going to unlock more efficiency for you. And right. You can sort of think about it as like we've added not just a World Tier 5, but a World Tier 5 and 6 as part of this torment system. And it's something we can continue to sort of evaluate and build on as characters become more powerful and we add new ways to sort of play through the system.
Yeah, and I think it's also a lot about consistency across content, right? Currently in the live game, we've got a lot of different levels of different types of things, right? You've got Nightmare Dungeon keys, you've got pit levels, you've got Infernal Horde tiers. And we just kind of realized that, hey, the pit is something that we have, really good delineation between the different levels. So you've got a wide spread of different tiers for that. And that's something we can kind of peg difficulty against across the whole game to make a more consistent experience. When you're in a certain difficulty tier, you're just going to get a more consistent experience across all activities.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like when you're on Torment 2, you're going to know that all the content you're facing is on the level of Torment 2. But right now on the live game, you know, you go into a pit tier 50 and you're like, okay, it's pit tier 50 difficulty. And then you go into a nightmare dungeon tier 50 and it's a totally different difficulty. And then you go into an Infernal Hordes tier 8 and you're like, wait a minute, this is extremely hard compared to these other ones. They're just not similar, right? And so we want to create
That's
a more
fair.
level playing field so that difficulty is easier to understand.
It's also
so the pit's like a kind of common language and shared experience for everyone.
Yeah, that's definitely a benefit, and it's also, in some sense, leveling up all the activities. Like, I know that there's some people who really enjoy Whispers, for example, and Whispers just falls off. Like, if you're doing the pit and you're level 100, you're level 90 in the pit, like, Whispers are terrible, right? Like, you're not actually going to run Whispers when you're pushing that deep into the game. But now when sort of things are leveling up with Torment tiers, you have a place to go and sort of juice the efficiency from those different activities, if you like that activity.
Yeah, and this kind of carries over to other activities, not just Whispers. It's like, you know, your Helltides.
Yeah, the whole world is leveling, right?
Yeah, and like the
Legions
which is another thing. Like Infernal Hordes is something that obviously was introduced in Season 5, is coming back, and is a permanent feature within the game, and is also going up with the rest of the content.
Yep. All right. So let's talk a little more about the details of difficulty tiers. So on the right-hand side here, you can see this table. It's basically showing off the associated pit tier with any given difficulty tier. So normal simply starts on 1, and then like we saw before, it goes up by 5 each time until you get to torment tiers, at which point it goes up by 15 each time. So torment 4 lands on 65, torment 1 starts on 20. And in light of this, we have changed the highest pit tier to be 100, down from 200. And this doesn't mean that the pit tier 100 is going to be the same difficulty as it is on live. It's going to be harder. So each pit tier you're going up is going to be harder than it was before, effectively. And we also have this pretty neat new system where we have smart keys. And what that means is your things like Infernal Hordes or Nightmare Dungeons, the keys to enter those activities are now going to follow the current difficulty tier that you're on. So if I have an Infernal Horde key and I'm on Torment 3 and I use it, I'm going to go into a Torment 3 difficulty Infernal Horde. And the same is true for Nightmare Dungeons. So we're pretty excited about that change because, again, you know, coming back to all these things we've talked about, where it just kind of makes things easier, just
so
makes life easier.
8 tiers of
it's a
every
big quality
activity.
of life change, because on live right now you get a bunch of sacred, Nightmare Dungeon keys, and I'm sure everyone runs a ton of World Tier 3 Nightmare Dungeons, right? You definitely don't just pop in to get a sacred weapon, but what I'm getting at is a lot of those keys just end up getting salvaged. And now when all keys can sort of carry weight through various torment tiers, getting a nightmare key is this interesting choice of like, well, do I keep it or do I run it now? Because if I keep it, I can just use it at a later time. And it's really about giving the players that choice on when do they want to run this content. We're not just going to invalidate that key and say, oh, in Torment 2, you need to find a new key to do this thing. So I think it's definitely making key management.
So to understand, Nightmare Dungeons, you have a Nightmare 89, a Nightmare 95, a Nightmare Dungeon 65. Now you'll have a Nightmare Dungeon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's it. 8 tiers.
You know, we definitely want to keep an eye out on PTR. We don't have any problems with increasing the amount of pit tiers. Like, this is something we can definitely revisit if we see in PTR that you all are insane, which is probably going to happen, and you beat tier 100. We really like that it's a razor and measuring stick, and we don't want to take that away from players. So that's something that we want to get PTR feedback, and we could really use your help in breaking that system and seeing how far you can push it.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. And, you know, like we've said on this stream, there are going to be a lot of new player power opportunities coming. And so, yeah, please show us what you got, as they say.
There are world tiers, but instead of 4 of them, there's 8.
Okay, so let's talk about, let's just dive a little more into the details. I think we went over a lot of this stuff already, but we can kind of go through this slide here. So Yeah, all content in the game exists within an expanded difficulty tier selection, like we were talking about. I think an important thing to call out here is that, for example, Penitent is, if you're comparing it just to like kind of understand what it's going to look like relative to live right now, Penitent's kind of going to end up being like World Tier 2 if you added 45 monster levels on top of it. And that's intended to kind of be the upper echelon of like pre-max level character leveling. So if you really want to amp up the difficulty to as hard as you can make it, like going on to Penitent is where you want to be. And this is just a lovely little visual aid. We've got some cool new icons for these difficulty tiers.
There's the first 4.
Normal, hard, expert, and penitent. It gets harder as you keep going. Okay, so yeah, and we really want this to be like opt-in, not progression locked. And so the vanilla Diablo 4 difficulty tiers kind of operated as progression tiers, right? And what I mean by progression tiers is the moment you get to World Tier 3, as Colin was saying, like you unlock sacred items, maybe you go into a dungeon so you can find a sacred weapon. And these things unlock so quickly and they drop so frequently that you kind of just got this huge burst of power and you never really got to feel that power. And we want to make sure that you are like feeling each upgrade you get in the game and it feels really, really punchy. And we really want these new difficulty tiers to be player guided. Like we want you to be able to make your own decisions on when you're moving on to the next one and what's the right pace for you. And of course, these new difficulty tiers are going to give you improving rewards. You're going to find more gold, more experience, and you're going to have more loot efficiency per difficulty tier. So the higher difficulty tier you can fight the game on, the more efficient your experience is going to be effectively.
Yeah, and I think that's really the,
go ahead, Charles.
Go ahead, Kyle. Yeah, I was just saying that's really like what I view as the differentiating factor between what current D4 is and in the new patch 2.0 is if you enter Torment 1, you can find the best item in Torment 1. You could complete your character and get full best in slot and everything. It's just going to take a while, right? It's going to be less efficient. You're going to be getting less loot. And whereas in the live game right now, right, you just can't find the best things in World Tier 3. You are kind of obligated to go to that World Tier 4. And now, if you're able to clear higher torments with efficiency, that's just going to be the best option for you to find the gear more efficiently, but you aren't forced into Torment 4 to find the best items in the game.
Yeah, that's something I've really liked about it is that, we get to start the end game a lot earlier with Torment, right? Because there's nothing that you're excluded from. There's no awesome piece of loot that you can't find by Torment 1. And so you get to really start to test your build after it's kind of gotten some real optimization, I think much earlier into the journey than before.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Jeevan. And like a great example of that is what we're doing with the ladder bosses or the lair bosses. All of those unlock in Torment 1. The cost to summon them is static.
For the best
it remains
items.
the same throughout all the Torment tiers.
So now basically you have access to all gear at Torment 1.
On a higher Torment tier, you're going to get way more uniques. So you get a handful of uniques starting in Torment 1, way more uniques in obviously Torment 4, but the cost, because it remains static, we're not going to ask you to get anything extra like a Stygian Stone. That just means as long as you can kill that Torment 4 boss, you're getting way more efficiency out of that boss. I mean, it really is like this. It feels amazing to sort of progress through those Torment tiers and just unlock way more power opportunity.
Yeah, we don't really have this differentiation of like a regular version of the late game boss, like a regular version of Duriel, and then the tormented echo of Duriel. That's not really a distinction that we have anymore. Whereas like previously it would cost more materials to summon the tormented version, but it would give more rewards. Now it's the same cost across the different Torment tiers. It's just if you're able to conquer him on Torment 4, that's where you're going to get the absolute most bang for your buck in terms of resources in to loot out.
No more Uber bosses.
Yeah. And I want to just double down on like Torment 1 is where the end game starts now. And just each Torment tier that you're ascending is making your end game
dude,
more
everything
fun,
is turning into Diablo 3. I don't know why it
more
cracks
frequently.
Me
up. Okay, so enough about difficulty tiers. Let's move on to some itemization changes. So, item strength. we have what I like to call the item power shuffle happening in patch 2.0. Items with item power above 540 are going to be adjusted to 540. And affix bands in lieu of this, or in addition to this rather, are going to be adjusted as well. So yeah, items at the new character level max
Now
are
they need sets in the
they're going to
game.
max out at 750. And that's not actually the highest item power that's going to be in the game, and we'll talk about that more in just a second.
I played
But most
thousands of
items you're going
hours
to be
of D3.
finding once you hit max character level will be item power 750. And you're going to be finding much better item power items from levels 51 to 59. There's going to be big item power jumps. So once you start leveling your character past those original 50 character levels, you're going to start finding a lot better gear. Okay, so let's take a look at what an ancestral item looks like in patch 2.0. Oh, could we? Yeah, let's take a look here real quick. So you'll notice here that this item has 800 item power, which is 50 higher than the max 750 that I was talking about before. You'll also notice on the right-hand side that that is the Torment icon. So ancestral items can be found starting on Torment 1. They're going to become more frequent as you ascend Torment difficulties, but they're still going to stay pretty rare throughout all Torment levels. You'll also notice that the greater affix on this item is highlighted. That is because now whenever you find an ancestral item, they're always going to have one greater affix. They can roll with more, but they will be guaranteed a single one every single time. So let's dive in more into the details.
That, right, Aislinn, is part of finding a greater affix on live right now is sometimes it's on life per second. It's like, oh, okay. Got a greater affix on life per second. But now when you see an ancestral item, it's always going to have a greater affix. And that ancestral eye power bump, the affix bump, is going to feel really good. Even if you miss that affix, it's still a huge upgrade to your character if you haven't found one of these before.
Yeah,
Totally.
and sometimes, right, you get an item that has multiple greater affixes on live, and it's not at 925, it's not at the highest item power, and that's kind of a mixed bag, right? Like, well, it's kind of good, but it's a lower.
So is 800 the highest now? Is that 800 the new 925
item power?
Yes. Okay, so let's talk about the details here. So sacred items are not going to drop anymore. They're kaput. You're going to be looking at normal items pre-torments, and then you're going to be chasing ancestral items once you are in torment tiers. So yeah, starting in Torment 1, they're going to start to drop.
Ancestral, that is
As I said, they're going to become more common as you go up, but again, they're going to stay fairly rare. They're never going to, be like the only thing that's dropping. Ancestral items are intended to be where you're finding forever items. So when you find like a really good ancestral weapon or, of whatever slot that you may not have an ancestral item for, that's going to be a big moment. That's going to be an exciting moment where you're going to get something a lot better. Because they also have their own affix band as well. So these ancestral items are going to have better affixes than their non-ancestral counterparts too. Something to note is that greater affixes only drop on ancestral items. You're not going to be finding greater affixes on non-ancestrals. So when you see a greater affix drop on the ground, you're going to know that that is an ancestral item. Ancestral items also have 2 tempering slots, up from 1 on non-ancestrals, and they're masterworkable up to 12, whereas non-ancestrals are masterworkable up to 4. And finally, they are going to have higher aspect ranks too. So you're going to find legendary aspects that become better on ancestral items.
So you're required to have all
Charles,
ancestral
we actually
items.
added a ton of power to legendary aspects to accommodate this. We didn't just sort of readjust where those power bands are coming from.
Yeah, all of the legendary aspects that now scale a little bit further into the ancestral tier, we basically just tacked on 5 new levels kind of on top of the current value. So you're just going to find even more powerful legendary effects than you have currently in the new ancestral tier.
It's going to be a lot of fun to find those.
You're just going to have all ancestral, just like you do now.
Whew, let's move on to Paragon. So we have some pretty big glyph updates coming with patch 2.0. There's been a significant rework to how many ranks you can earn on any given glyph, from 21 to 100, which is a lot of new ranks. But we want to make sure that there's still texture in that system, right? And so because of that, we also have a new a new glyph rarity, legendary. So once you upgrade a glyph to rank 46, it becomes a legendary glyph, which you can see here on the right. This spirit glyph is level 50, so it's past that 46 mark. It's legendary. You're going to get a glyph radius increase at rank 15, which is already in the live game, but you're also going to get another radius increase at rank 46 when it becomes legendary. And this is making them bigger than they could have been previously. So you're going to get more space with your glyphs because of this. And when a glyph becomes legendary, it also unlocks a significant bonus, more so than it did before. And you can see that on
Power creep.
the legendary bonus increases critical strike damage by 21.6%. And it's very important to note that this is a multiplicative bonus. This 21.6% is not an additive bonus. So you're going to be getting a lot of power from that bonus there. Something else I want to bring up is that glyphs are moving to the pit. So you're going to be upgrading your glyphs in the pit. You're no longer going to be upgrading them in nightmare dungeons.
Oh, there's no reason to do
and
nightmare
it's going to be
dungeons
an
anymore.
attempt-based system. So when you finish a pit run, you're going to go to the end, and you're going to be able to have some chances to level up your glyph and increase their ranks. And if you are in a pit that is 10 tiers higher than your current glyph, you're going to have guaranteed success. And for every 20 pit tiers that that the pit level you're in is higher than your current glyph that you're trying to upgrade, you're going to get bonus ranks so that you can accelerate the process.
Did she say chance at success? You can fail your glyph upgrades? Like honing?
Grind is even longer, but based on how that upgrade chance works, it's guaranteed as long as you're beating pit tiers that are higher than your glyph. And then how that bonus math ends up playing out is if you're beating, for example, a pit tier 30, that's roughly somewhere between today's world tier 3 and 4, you can upgrade a glyph from 1 to 15 in 3 runs. So you think about the difference between today's game and patch 2.0, you're getting those glyphs leveled way faster.
So like D3,
if you're pushing
correct.
that difficulty. And what we really wanted to do here was we've heard a ton of feedback around how the XP system for Nightmare Dungeons feels really grindy. It also just doesn't serve the Nightmare Dungeons very well, right? It's like, how do I get to the end as fast as possible, but nothing in the dungeon matters, right? And that
Correct.
what that does is in the pit, it's all about speed and efficiency, and it sort of embraces that. And we think that that's just really going to accelerate your pit glyph upgrading speed.
I'm so
And the
curious what
chance,
they've given
you could sort
Nightmare
of,
Dungeons.
I want to be really clear with the chance. The chance-based system is essentially there because it felt really bad when it was binary. Like when we said, hey, you need to beat the pit tier, or you need to beat a pit that's 10 levels higher than your glyph, and if you don't, you get nothing. That just felt really bad. So the chance is not there to increase the grind or slow down progression. It's actually just there to protect from like it feeling just terrible to not get literally anything from that.
So they took our level from 100 to 60, and then they took glyph level from 21 to 100. And now it is a chance-based system in the pit.
Lackluster, and there's not really a reason to push difficulty. You know, you sort of just want to hone in on like 90 or 101, depending on where you're at in terms of your progression journey on live. This system really encourages you to push and gives you a tangible reward every single time you do it.
Yeah, and I think it's important that there's the consistency
Yes,
of like the
post-one.
communication between, right? So, hey, my glyphs are currently level 50. Well, what kind of pit tier should I be approaching to upgrade these? Well, somewhere in the range of 50 to 60, right? You know, just a little bit higher so that you can keep pushing that harder content. And also, if you have a glyph down at level 1, because maybe you haven't paid attention to that glyph, it's going to level up much faster if you are already proven yourself, proven that you can hang in pit tier 50, for instance. You're going to level those up very
October
quickly.
8th.
I think what's also cool is if you have a build that you feel isn't doing as well as you go up in Torment, it makes it a lot easier to kind of snap something back in and catch up faster.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the further you progress, the easier it is to level those up. So here we have a video basically just showing off what the new UI looks like for upgrading a glyph in patch 2.0. So you can see that it's showing you the current pit level you're on, the current success chance to get a rank up. And something else I want to call out is that when you are, oh yes, right. So this is rank 45 to 46 explicitly, which is the moment where you are increasing a glyph from rare to legendary. And something important to note about that is that it does cost a fairly significant amount of gem fragments as well, but it's giving you that increased radius size and the new multiplicative legendary bonus, which is pretty sick. And here we have an example of showing how the radius gets even bigger in patch 2.0. I want to call out here that the midpoint says level 21. That is not correct. It is level 15 where the radius increases. But yeah, previously there was only one radius increase. Now with legendary glyphs at rank 46, there is a second radius increase. Okay.
So what do you get at the end of a nightmare dungeon?
Let's talk about some more stuff related to Paragon. We have realm partitioning for Paragon now, and this is kind of getting into alting that Colin was talking about. We have realm-based Paragon points now. So your Paragon points are going to be shared across an entire realm. And remember that what a realm is like either seasonal softcore or seasonal hardcore or the same for Eternal.
You
Those
share
realms.
alt progression on Paragons.
These Paragon points are going to stay latent on a pre-level 60 character. And what that means is that, if you have, let's say, 150 Paragon points on a realm, those Paragon points will remain inactive on any character that's pre-level 60. But once you hit level 60 on that character, they will have those 150 Paragon points. And it's also important to note that any Paragon points you earn on any of your characters in that realm are going to be shared among all characters in that realm. So if you earn 25 or 50 Paragon points on one character and then hop over to your alt, you're going to have 25 or 50 more Paragon points to spend on that character too.
Power to keep
and
creeps
in addition
squared.
to this change, we have a pretty hefty Paragon level increase. So right now the current max besides Renown and Altar of Lilith bonuses is 200. And we're increasing that up to 300, which is going to give you a lot more levels to chase throughout any given season. Okay, and in light of these changes coming to Paragon, we've made some adjustments to the way that boards work as well. So because we're offering so much more power with legendary glyphs and they mean so much more to your build, we're looking to set a maximum for the number of Paragon boards that you can equip at any given time.
5.
And this is also because, on live right now, the best strategy is to aim for as many glyph slots as possible. You just go off. You oftentimes ignore whatever legendary node bonus you're getting just for the glyph slot. And we want to make sure that you're really focusing on these legendary nodes and that you're focusing on these really cool legendary glyphs that you're getting. And really think about those choices instead of gunning for
Wow, this changes so much. 100 extra Paragon points, an extra size in your Paragon glyph, maximum of 5 boards.
Feedback that it feels really flat once you hit 100, that there's just no more progression. You don't really need to kill any of the monsters anymore unless it's explicitly to get the loot drop off of them. And that kind of feels bad, right? Like I'm walking through this dungeon and I get literally nothing out of killing these monsters. So with the board limit, we've packed a ton of power with additional Paragon levels to grind, a ton of power with the legendary glyphs, but it also creates a situation where once you've achieved all those different things, you don't feel so bad necessarily around not getting to that Paragon level 300. At a certain point, you start to really need to hone in on your build, and those extra Paragon points are going to start providing you more of a show of sort of how badass you are, and give you incremental progress that's a little bit less sort of demanding that you must grind through all of this content to unlock every part of your Paragon board.
Yeah.
Yeah, and something I'm pretty excited about this is that, sometimes on live it can feel like my goal is to get a new Paragon board, and as soon as I achieve that, my goal is to get a new Paragon board and get off the one I just unlocked. And I think this change really lets me kind of explore the boards and think about what specific route optimizations I want to take, and it lets me personalize it a little more.
I 100% disagree. The fact that you only have 5 boards and 300 points means you will get every single positive node on all 5 boards. So the strategy of optimizing your Paragon board is now out. You just take whatever 5 boards have the best things for your build.
Stream that will kind of also explain a little bit more of this to players so that they can actually get a understanding in their own cadence of like what is going to be changing with patch 2.0 for Diablo 4 in regards to some of the progression items. I know, Colin, we're seeing a lot in chat of like, people are noting like, hey, this feels a little D3-ish in ways. I don't know if you wanted to chat or like comment on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
It is
It's
Diablo
definitely
3.
familiar, right? So we thought a lot about like what is the right way to address the player feedback of. We've gotten a bunch of feedback around like World Tier 5, World Tier 6, World Tier 7, right? I want to be able to level up the challenge in the game. I want to be able to get more efficiency, and we wanted to do it in a way that was leaning into what we saw you all were really resonating with, which is getting to the end game faster. And we felt like, okay, well, we could add a World Tier 5 and add Ancestral, Uber Ancestral, and increase the level cap. But that would mean you would just need to grind more to get to that point where you're finding your forever items, doing item modification. And we could add a World Tier 6, Uber Ancestral, right? And it just sort of made us reevaluate what is important. And it's what's important to us is getting people into the end game, getting people finding their forever items, smashing monsters, getting more powerful sort of item modification and efficiency. So that was part of it. And then the other part of it, I'd say, is I think Diablo 4, more than any Diablo, has had a ton of item customization and power along the leveling journey, which really makes the leveling progression feel different, right? Like if you're tempering, if you're imbuing aspects, if you're really min-maxing your reward scheme, you can really put.
I just want to see, this is going to be great. Seeing that D4 did something different, community didn't like it, and then they reeled it back in to make it like D3. I'm excited to see what PoE does, changing the game for PoE 2, to see if they do the same thing, people don't like it, and they reel it into the original game.
Sort of play it like today's D3, where you essentially log in, get your Hadrig set, and hop right into Torment 16. The jumps are actually pretty enormous between Torment 1 and 2, and it creates this really fun like progression through those Torment tiers, and it feels like a meaningful step forward when you get into Torment 2 and then a Torment 3. We're hoping this doesn't necessarily feel like a 2-hour sort of journey through the Torment tiers, and then now you're in Torment 4, and that's how you play the rest of the game.
Yeah,
Awesome.
and also one thing I'll add is, shouts to Twitch chat, everything that you say, hey, you like what we're doing, big dub. We appreciate it. Much love for the response. Also, all the people in Twitch chat who are like, I don't like this. This isn't working for me. Much appreciation the same. We're looking at what you're saying, we're thinking about it, and we're going to try to incorporate it and make the game better. And I think it's interesting, I'm seeing the sort of Diablo 3 references, and it's like, from our perspective, if something really worked well in Diablo 3, that's more important to us to like do the thing that the players felt like was working for them than anything else, right?
Oh,
the fact that we've done it before in any
terrible
form,
way to look at it.
to me, wouldn't stop us from doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's
Yeah, and
horrible.
Doing it the right way.
Yeah,
I just said doing it the right way for D4. Sorry, go ahead, Adam.
This is the difficulty of doing everything remote. It feels like it's like a Zoom call, but interrupting each other. And also big shout out to Twitch chat for calling out Jeevan's cord management.
He did just say that.
I've seen that message a few times already. But so thanks, Aislinn. Thank you, Colin. I know Colin's going to be joining us more on a couple other topics, but we still have a lot to talk about in this stream. And the next thing that we do want to talk about is class changes and everything. And so Charles,
he said that if there's something in Diablo 3 that people like, why would we not do it in D4?
Awesome. So before we get into some of the slides and details, I just wanted to thank Colin and Aislinn for talking about all the systemic updates that are coming. How we're going to test your character and how you're going to progress through it. But my topic's going to be a bit more about how, what are the exact abilities and skills and new legendary effects and uniques that you're gonna get to take on these awesome challenges that are set up through the difficulty tier system. And also a slight disclaimer, PTR is a very early build for whatever is going to go live on patch 2.0, and some of the assets that we've captured here are also still early on, and so some of the exact numbers or some of the wording may slightly be changed, so definitely refer to the patch notes, which we're going to be publishing right after the stream, for the exact details and kind of final, in air quotes, numbers that are going to go on the PTR, and of course it still may be subject to change before we actually launch patch 2.0 live. All right, so with that out of the way, let's start talking about some of the tempering changes that are going to come in patch 2.0. So tempering is a system that we introduced back in Season of Loot Reborn, Season 4, that gave you a way to really customize your items and kind of make your build your own. And we've received a lot of feedback on the tempering system, and we're really committed to iterating on and making sure this system is the best it can possibly be going forward. One of the key points of feedback that we heard was around weapon tempers. So these affixes that you get to attach to your weapons, right? Your weapons are your big important
Chummy,
part
nothing
of your
yet.
build and your character.
Announced.
And there was a big disparity here where some affixes that were on weapon tempering were multiplicatively increasing your player power, right? Things like double projectiles or things of that nature, or bash cleaving, which was a multiplicative bonus. And others, not so much, right? You had some other ones that were more duration or size effect. And they just were hard to compare against each other. And so going forward in patch 2.0, we've made all weapon tempering affixes multiplicative damage increases, oftentimes to very specific skills. And to accommodate this, we already had one bonus projectiles, and now we're going to have new affixes that give skills chance to deal double damage, which means if triggers the chance to deal double damage, the entire skill is just going to do twice as much damage as before. Every hit of it will deal double damage. It's kind of an all or nothing kind of deal. And then the chance to hit twice is the chance for any time it deals damage, you just get an extra hit of damage. And this allows you to trigger things like lucky hit procs or anything that counts the number of times you deal damage. That's going to trigger an extra time with the hit twice. Offensive tempering affixes, these are the ones that can also go on your weapons, but can go on other spots as well. These are going to be additive damage increases. And these will often be to broader categories like bonus fire damage or bonus critical strike damage. And whereas the weapon tempers are often talking to more specific skills. And so here we can see an example with the Shadow Augment's Execution, where we had the Sever projectiles chance to cast twice, but now we've got new ones that are chance for Reap to hit twice. So you cast Reap, and every target you hit, there's just a chance to get 2 hits on that target.
Chance for double damage, 4 weapons for Barbarian, perfect rolls, 80% chance.
Hits. Additionally, we've moved those size and duration affixes, which we think are really cool and really interesting ways of modifying your skills. We've moved those over to the utility category. So they're not directly competing with these multiplicative damage increases. You're not going to feel bad that, oh, I'm missing out on damage just to make my area hit a little bit larger or to have a longer duration on a buff. So there's not as much opportunity cost to invest.
That's assuming two-handers don't get 40.
Affixes,
You're right.
Which are still really cool ways to customize your character. We just don't want them to compete with damage. And finally, we know that oftentimes tempering leads itself to,
Revan,
hey, I see this list of 5 or even 6 affixes sometimes. We really are going to try to be limiting tempering recipes to at most 4 affixes that could possibly roll on them, just to give you a little bit better odds of actually hitting the one that you care about and the one that you want, and just be a little bit easier to kind of comprehend. And even so, we're trying to set this limit at 4, but oftentimes we're aiming for just 3 on the recipe, depending on how the grouping them together in ways that make sense. So this is an active area that we're working on, really trying to make sure that it's not quite, it's easier for you to get the right.
They need to make it when you roll, you could keep the one you got instead of losing it.
All right, next up, we've got changes to ultimate skills. So ultimate skills can now gain skill ranks. This is probably pretty self-explanatory, but just like every other skill in the game, ultimate skills can now be ranked up to
Lacerate
rank 5
is terrible.
Skill tree.
Good example.
And just like every other skill, increasing the skill rank will increase the damage output of your ultimate skills, but it's also going to give you cooldown reduction on these ultimate skills as well. So
Power creep
oftentimes
is gonna
other
be
skills you just kind of
crazy.
get one or the other, right? Sometimes it's a cooldown reduction, sometimes it's a damage or healing increase. On ultimate skills, you're going to get kind of the best of both worlds. It's going to be increasing the damage output and reducing the cooldown. And finally, effects that do grant bonus skill ranks on this, such as, you know, Harlequin's Crest, the Shaco, that gives plus to all skill ranks. These are only going to apply to ultimate skills that you've already learned in the skill tree. And this is to make sure that you still can only equip one ultimate skill. You can't like get plus ranks to all skills and then suddenly have access to 4 ultimate skills. We still don't want that. We still want you to just pick one. But you're just going to be getting, you're going to be able to really juice that ultimate skill up. If you really want to make, you know, lacerate be really strong, that's going to be a powerful effect that you can invest more skill points into. All right, so those are some of the general updates. Let's now talk about the new content coming for each individual class, starting here with our barbarian.
That's all I care about.
All right, so sometimes you're playing as a barbarian and you experience a problem, right? You are standing here and there is an enemy over there. What to do? Well, a good barbarian is going to throw their weapon at the enemy over there to kill them at a distance. Right, so now we've got a new skill called Mighty Throw. It's going to hurl your weapon at an enemy. It's going to deal damage on impact, and then it's going to stick in the ground and do some pulses of damage over time. So even if the initial impact doesn't kill them, there's going to be some extra pulses there. Additionally, we've got some upgrades for it, just like our other skills. Enhanced Mighty Throw is going to increase your attack speed while the weapon is out. And then you can either opt into Fighter's Mighty Throw, which is going to give bonuses to that pulsing damage. It causes your weapon swaps to pulse for more and give you a bit of barrier. Or you're going to opt into Warrior's Mighty Throw, which is going to dramatically increase the initial impact damage, and it's going to stun enemies on impact. Let's take a video clip of this in action. All right, so we've got Barb, just simple example here with a few enemies. You know, throws out this ephemeral version of the weapon, lands, deals a big chunk of damage, and then pulses over time before.
We need a couple aspects to make it good.
I was a huge fan of double throw in Diablo 2, so this is really exciting.
Yeah, it looks sweet too. It's kind of like bluish yellow, like ancient-y kind of color scheme to it. The VFX looks awesome.
They can't think of anything
So
new.
range barb is definitely happening in patch 2.0.
For sure. If you want to spec really heavily into this, yeah, you're going to be throwing weapons out like crazy. All right, so we've also got some new key passives and new legendary Paragon nodes for every class here. So for Barbarian, we've got Barbed Carapace. This is a key passive. So it's going to increase your thorns based on how much fury you're spending. And whenever you cast a skill with a cooldown, it's going to grant you unhindered for a duration, which allows you to move through enemies. And then enemies that are close to you are going to take bonus, or going to take damage from your thorns every second. You're going to kind of pulse damage of your thorns every second. Now this is really cool. It really enables Thorns Barb, which we had a little bit.
Casting a skill with a cooldown grants you unhindered. What skills have a cooldown? All 3 shouts. It's a Thorns triple shout, of course.
With this new key passive. Additionally, we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Force of Nature. Your Earthquakes have a chance to spawn Dust Devils, and your Earthquake damage is going to be increased by your damage against close enemies. So this is really plays into these Earthquakes and Dust Devil effects, which we kind of call sub-powers internally. These effects that are not skills that you cast directly, but some of your legendary effects will spawn these Earthquakes and Dust Devils. This is just a new way to really power those up and blend them together in the same build. Additionally, we're adding some new passives to the skill tree, and this has really helped to give you a way, along with ultimate skill ranks, to spend a lot of those new points that you're getting by leveling up from 50 to 60. Those new skill points you're getting, we're giving you some new ways to invest those. All right, we also got some new items, of course. We've got the Ugly Bastard Helm, a new unique helm for barbarians. And it makes you so ugly that whenever you are berserking, all of your damage is converted into fire damage. And so that's really interesting. Barbars always had this little bit of like light fire theme. You had a few different effects that dealt fire damage. And now if you really want to play a fire barb, this is the unique helm for you. Also playing into that, we've got Aspect of Flaming Rampage, which causes your charge to deal some fire damage, and Aspect of Shuddering Steel, which will cause your Steel Grasp and Iron Maelstrom to do some bonus physical damage. All right, moving on to the Druid. The Druid gets a new skill, a new
Does it
core
make you
skill.
ugly?
in
I
fact,
don't know.
called Stone Burst. And this is a core skill that's
Thanks, Ted.
channeled. It kind of has a very unique kind of input mechanism compared to pretty much any other skill in Diablo 4. And as you're channeling it, you target an area, and as you channel it, the affected area grows in size over about 1 second of channeling. And at any point, you can release the channel, and it's going to deal a big burst of damage to whatever size you kind of landed on there. You could tap it really quickly and just do 1 pulse of damage to a small area, or you can channel up for a little bit longer and hit a much wider area, depending on the exact combat scenario you find yourself in, or how the enemies are distributed on the battlefield here. Of course, we've got our upgrades that increase damage to the enemies hit in the initial radius, so really doubling down on that single target capability of a core skill.
People hate channeling skills because you have to
Primal
stand
Stone Burst,
still unless
gives
it's
you some attack
whirlwind.
speed, and Raging Stone Burst will dramatically
see it.
increase the spirit cost, but also give it a ton more damage. So if you have a ton of spirit generation, then that might be the upgrade you look for in Stone Burst. Let's see a video of this in action. All right, so you see it ticks up. There's like 3 different levels, like small, medium, and large. In this one, the Druid kind of held it for a while, but you could release it at any time. And so here you see just kind of rapid firing a lot of quick, small shots, just because they knew that would be enough to clear out the enemies here. And also while you're channeling it, does some pulses of damage to enemies in
That looks
area
terrible.
as well.
That's just my opinion. I don't know. Maybe you guys think it
The
looks
channel
good.
explosion is so satisfying to blow up just so many monsters.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
if you
gets
can
really
the whole
insane.
screen, you could just one-shot the
It
screen.
looks so sweet too. I really hats off to the VFX artists who worked on making these look so beautiful.
Channeling skills
the
are a
new
noob
skills here.
trap.
All right, so of course Druid also has new passives, a new key passive called One with Nature that really empowers companion builds. We've heard a lot that players love playing with companions. They're wolves.
Oh
they're
wow!
poison creepers,
One
they're
additional
ravens,
companion and deal
this is going to
increased
be the
damage.
key passive for you. So all of your companion skills gain an additional companion, and they deal increased damage.
That's good.
And there's also a little bonus, basically, with you gain the passive effect of all of the companion skills. Now, if you're taking this key passive, you're probably taking these companions anyway, but just in case, your build is such that, well, I just want to take, 2 out of the 3, right? I can put wolves and poison creeper on my bar, but, maybe you don't have enough skill slots to put in
Wolves,
ravens.
they're already
You're still
so
going to
good.
be able to get the passive effect of that when you take this key passive, because we just want you to have tons of these companions, really leading the charge here. We've also got Untamed, a new legendary Paragon node that plays right into this One with Nature key passive. Casting a companion skill is going to increase the companion active skill, will grant you bonus ranks to all of your companion skills for a time to really buff up the damage.
You'll be able to
of
get
those.
wolves over 20.
Just like before, we've
Over
got some
level
new
20.
passives coming into the skill tree as well. I think some of these might have some temporary icons on them. So like I said, these were from an early build. Some of the icons or very specific art might be adjusted. So bear with us. This is the nature of PTR and early development. All right, moving on to some of the items. Oh no, we've got a video. Oh right, a video of really leading a wolf pack here, right? So this includes wolves with the Storm's Companion to turn them into light werewolves, and I'm sure there's some other ones here, like aspect of the Stampede is probably involved. You just have what,
seven
like
werewolves.
7 wolves following you around. You really get to lead the wolf pack with this.
This is the best video in our presentation. Well, actually, no, sorry. This is the second best video in our presentation. You guys will see the best video in our presentation, but yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, for all you werewolf lovers out there, this one is going to be really sweet. I'm really looking forward to playing with this in patch 2.0.
It's your build, I know.
All right, so new items. So they've got the Stone of Vehemen. This is a unique totem that's going to empower your Stone Burst, the new core skill. So channeling it is going to grant you some damage reduction, and the final explosion will deal increased damage based on how long you were channeling.
Tech, I love that they made the new item a totem, so it requires you to use a one-handed item. No crone for you.
Do some damage reduction, so you're kind of standing still for a bit. That's okay. You get a bit of bonus damage reduction. We've got a little bit more legendaries on Druid than the other classes, just because Stone Burst being a core skill. We know that the kind of bar to make a core skill really viable and useful, it does need a good amount of legendary items to support it, to really make a full build out of it. So that's why we've added 2 legendaries here for Stone Burst. We've got the aspect of Anticline Burst, which causes Stone Burst to deal increased damage And if you cast it at or above 100 spirit here, it's going to immediately be at that maximum size. So you don't necessarily need to channel it as long as you are casting it when you have a lot of spirit. This synergizes really well with the Earth and Might key passive, which gives you full
Damn, they
spirit
added
when it
2
triggers.
companions.
So you can
Ravens
trigger
are
Earth and
now
Might and then immediately
lightning,
get a huge
and
stone
Shred
burst.
gains a 4th attack.
We've got
for
an
the
aspect of
Agile
Shattered
Wolf.
Defenses, which alters Stone Burst in a rather interesting way. It causes Stone Burst causes enemies to take increased damage from your other skills for a time and reduces Stone Burst spirit cost. This kind of converts Stone Burst away from necessarily being your primary damage source to being a bit more of a setup skill, right? You can kind of debuff enemies, and then you can find some interesting builds where you have other ways of spending your spirit, maybe another core skill or boulder or some other primary damage source, and then you can use Stone Burst to kind of set up that build. Really interesting to see how players, what kind of builds you make with Shattered Defenses.
Aspect of
Additionally,
Rabies. Grizzly Rage gains Rabies.
Which empowers your Grizzly Rage to apply Rabies and increases your poison output. Stormcrow, which is just lightning ravens. Your ravens are now lightning. It looks awesome. And aspect of the Agile Wolf, which gives Shred a 4th attack. Shred normally is like a 3-part combo, and now it's a 4-part combo that deals even more damage on that 4th hit, and it's going to knock down enemies as well. All right, so that is Druid. Really looking forward to playing some Druid in 2.0. But let's move on to the Necromancer, because we've got a lot to get through. We've got Soul Rift. This is a new Darkness ultimate skill. So Necromancers kind of had 3 ultimates already. They had one that was blood, one that was bone, and one that was related to summoning. And now we've kind of completed it, and we've added a darkness or shadow damage ultimate. Soul Rift creates an area around your character. It kind of follows with you that just constantly deals damage over time. And it's going to be sucking out the souls of enemies who you're hitting. And every time it sucks out a soul from an enemy, you're going to gain some essence, and you're going to gain a barrier. So you can stack up this barrier. It helps you be survivable.
I don't know why. It just cracks me up. Necromancer. We're adding in a new skill. Has nothing to do with minions. I don't know. I just hate it. It might be great.
Video of this in action here. Right, so enemies all coming up.
Super useful, Charles, right? Now that you have another way to give yourself defenses. Necro has historically had some trouble with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a really important part here. And when we get to the next slide, talking about some of the passives, I'll highlight. We're adding a bit more barrier into the Necromancer's kit.
I don't know. I saw lightning crows in a certain
Blood
game
Necromancers
already.
always have
I think
a really
I know
easy
what
time
game you
surviving. They
speak
have
of.
Fortify and a lot of max health. And really, the other ones like the Bone and Shadow Necro didn't have quite as much survivability, and so now we're introducing more barrier in more places to ensure that kind of non-blood Necromancer builds, the Shadow and the Bone and Summon Necros, have a bit more survivability and are able to scale into that late game pretty well. All right, so as I mentioned, the new passive. So they have a new key passive called Affliction. That there's this new concept of Affliction where applying vulnerable, crowd control, or shadow damage over time effects to enemies will apply them with Affliction, which is going to make them take increased damage from you and your minions. Additionally, when you apply a curse skill to someone or to an enemy who has this affliction, you're going to do a big chunk of shadow damage. So this kind of turns your curse skills, your Decrepify and Iron Maiden, into offensive skills. You can curse an area and then they take a big chunk of damage as well. And then this will scale up with the bonus damage that you've dealt, or the bonus affixes that you have for that crowd control, vulnerable, and shadow damage. And along that same theme, the new legendary Paragon node Frailty is going to cause cursed enemies to take more damage from you, and so it plays very nicely with the Affliction key passive. And once again, more skill tree passives to spend those extra points on. And I want to highlight Necrotic Fortitude here in the upper right that gives you it's just a generic passive that gives you a chance, a lucky hit chance to gain a barrier. And so that's going to be really good for anybody who wants just a bit more bump of survivability and to play into the more barrier focused on Necromancer.
Yeah, going back to Affliction really quick, I love the idea of using my curses offensively, like as a damage skill. I think that's going to be such a blast.
Yeah, it's
Literally.
really cool to just, yeah, definitely gonna be blasting them. I think it's really thematic too. I love playing with it.
It pairs really well with the utility changes. Now that we have way more size increases in utility, it gives you so many more utility options. Those curses get pretty huge, and it feels great.
Yeah, for all of us who just want to win by debuff spamming, I love that one.
Absolutely. All right, let's talk about some of the new items coming for Necromancer here. So we've got a new unique item, the Unmaker, a unique helm. This is going to empower the Soul Rift, the new ultimate skill. Of course, you gain some skill ranks to Soul Rift, because now ultimate skills have skill ranks. And every 30 essence that you...
Sorry to cut them off. Content creators get mad anytime the new item is a helmet because Shaco is automatic. There's nothing close that is better than Shaco in slot for helmet. So when you see a new helmet, you just know immediately it's worthless.
Around you, some bonus damage. And
I
so
lose.
Really encourage you to just keep Soul Rift up all the time, be constantly gaining and spending the essence, and it's going to be really, really fun to make that build work. Additionally, we've got Reaping Lotus aspect. This empowers your Sever, your core skill. Sever will no longer return to you. Previously, Sever was kind of an out and back situation. Now it just goes out, and then it splits into 3 specters at the end, deals some extra bonus damage, and then that's the end of the Sever. So it really does empower it on the swing out, and looks really cool. We've got aspect of Fell Gluttony that empowers your Golem. Whenever you cast your Golem's active, deals a big pulse of damage around it. And your Golem will then consume corpses to reduce its cooldown. So anybody who really wants to build around making your Golem as strong as possible, this is going to be the aspect for you. And finally, we've got Phasing Poltergeists aspect, which causes your Bone Spirit to split into 3 spirits that deal a percentage of the damage as well. I think we got a video clip of this one because it looks really sweet. So you cast Bone Spirit at 1 target, and then it spawns 3 little mini Bone Spirits to seek out nearby enemies as well. So it kind of gives you increased area of effect, and if there's just 1 target, of course, it'll reconverge back on that same target as well, but also just adds a bit more AoE capability for your Bone Spirit build. Very cool. All right, so Rogue. Rogue gets Dance of Knives. This is a new channeled skill for Rogue. It's an agility cutthroat skill. And it also has a pretty interesting mechanic where it has some charges that will recharge, and how long you can channel it is based on how many charges you have. It's going to take
I played
1 charge per
I beat the
second
demo,
channel,
bro.
but there's no energy cost or just like a normal cooldown. Here you can just channel it as long as you have charges.
Channel.
And while you're channeling,
Launch
you're going to be spinning around.
knives.
You're going to be throwing knives at enemies nearby, and you're going to gain some movement speed and dodge chance. Really is kind of like a spin to win kind of build on Rogue here.
Isn't this a Diablo 3
You
skill?
got Enhanced Dance of Knives, which gives you some charge refund as you're moving with it.
Am I
That's
tripping?
what we really want to
This
encourage
is a Diablo 3 skill.
This forward momentum. And Methodical Dance of Knives drops some stun grenades when you finish channeling, or Disciplined Dance of Knives will slow enemies and has a chance to pierce through the enemies that you're throwing the daggers at. Let's take a look at this in action. So here we got the Rogue just going spinning, throwing some daggers around at everyone, and
See, this skill is okay, because at least you can move as a channeling skill. It's like Whirlwind.
And that animation is just amazing.
Absolutely. And you can see there at the end, they had the upgrade that drops a bunch of stun grenades at the end. Obviously, enemies were all dead, but if you use this to get into a big cluster of enemies, then you stop the channel, you drop some stun grenades, reset some of your charges, and you're good to start spinning again. Ton of fun.
Yeah, those are perfect for you run into an elite pack after slaughtering a bunch of normals and it just annihilates the elites. It feels amazing.
Yeah. All right, so we've got new passives as well. New key passive is Alchemical Admixture, and this is empowering your non-physical damage. So rogues can do poison, shadow, and cold through their various imbuements. And when you deal 3 different types of that non-physical damage, the potency of your imbuement skills is going to be dramatically increased for a time. And the more bonus damage that you build on your gear,
Fan of
or
knives,
bonus
that's what it
poison,
is.
shadow, or cold damage, the further that potency gets increased. Really encouraging you to mix and match the different elements. It's really thematic with the alchemical kind of theme, and really supporting a build of Rogue that we've kind of had in the game, but really wanted to give that robust support of a key passive for. And also we've got a legendary Paragon node, the Dance Macabre, which encourages this kind of 1-2 combo of casting a mobility or subterfuge skill, increases the damage of your next skill, whatever it might be, by quite a substantial amount. So you can, cast your dash and then, position yourself, cast a big rain of arrows, and it hits very hard. Very cool, and actually impacts your moment-to-moment rotation as well. And of course, we've got the new skill tree passives as well. All right, new items. We've got the Pit Fighter's Gall. This is the ancestral unique ring. Or sorry, it's a unique ring. It's not necessarily, you can find it before ancestral tier. And this Pit Fighter's Gall will empower your smoke grenade. So your smoke grenade skill will increase your critical strike damage and then leave a cloud of shadows behind. And while you're within that cloud of shadows, you're going to be constantly regaining stealth. And so there's a lot of interesting ways you can play off of triggering going into or out of stealth. And Pit Fighter's Gall is going to really enable that when you cast smoke grenade.
Final class.
We've got Aspect of Star Shards. This is a new legendary to directly support Dance of Knives. And the daggers from Dance of Knives have a chance to shatter, creating more shards of metal that deal bonus damage. And you can now use combo points on Dance of Knives to further increase the channel duration if you've opted into the combo points specialization. Aspect of Poisonous Clouds plays well with Pit Fighter's Gall. When you gain stealth, you create a cloud of poison damage. And Aspect of Splintering Shards, there's just a chance whenever you're hitting a frozen enemy to create some ice spikes. So if you're freezing enemies because you're playing Alchemical Admixture and using Cold Imbue, Splintering Shards might be a good aspect for you as well. All right, moving on to the Sorceress. The Sorceress gets a new conjuration skill called the Familiar. This is a conjuration skill that is all 3 elements. It is a shock skill, a pyromancy skill, and a frost skill. So there's 3 charges of it, so you can cast it back to back, and you summon a familiar of the element of your last skill cast. So if you just cast a pyromancy skill, you're going to summon a fire familiar. If you just cast a lightning skill, you'll summon a lightning familiar, and same with a cold, you'll summon a cold familiar. And with the enhanced effect, these familiars will do a bonus effect. So the fire familiar will constantly apply some burning to enemies that it's around, the cold familiar will chill, and lightning familiar will stun. And of course, their damage type is going to be based on what type they are, so that it'll benefit from all of your bonus fire damage.
And that aura, Charles, is really great, right, to tap into some of the passives on the sorcerer.
Yeah, absolutely. So if there's a lot of passives that say, hey, you get bonuses against burning enemies, for instance.
Sounds familiar.
Now, if you have a fire
I
familiar,
get your
that's going to
joke.
really easily be able to apply that constantly, and you're going to have pretty high uptime on having familiars out because of the way the charge and duration works. Let's take a look at this in action. All right, so initially we cast a frost familiar here, right? It's jumping around and it's landing, it's doing frost damage. Then we cast a fire skill. Now we get a fire familiar jumping around and kind of dive bombing on enemies. And then finally we get a shock familiar, a lightning familiar here that's going to deal lightning damage. So you can kind of mix and match these depending on what skills you use, what combination you cast them in. And it's really flexible. It fits into a lot of different builds. Even if you're just a pure, say, fire sword, and you just want to do fire damage, you just want to do burning, this could still fit because you're just going to be able to summon the fire familiar. But it really reaches its maximum potential as you're kind of mix and matching these to suit the situation and apply the debuffs that you want onto the enemies.
You can have quite a few of these out. For the Sega demonstration, I think we only have a couple of them out on screen, but I think you can have up to 6, right?
Yeah, you can have up to 6, and that would make a lot more sense once we get to talk about some of the unique items that are coming with this patch. But first, let's talk about the new passives, and we've got Enlightenment. This really also plays into the concept of mixing and matching the elements. You see it's got all 3 kind of colors on there. Casting a skill grants a stack of Enlightenment or 3 stacks if your skill was a different element to the one before. So you're alternating here. And whenever you gain max stacks, you're going to become enlightened, and you get a ton of bonuses for being in this enlightened state. But then it drops off over time. It's really a reward for mixing and matching those elements, more so than any other key passive we've had on Sorc before.
An elemental source.
And similarly with the legendary Paragon node fundamental release, each fire, lightning, cold attack you make against an enemy increases the damage they take from all sources by 10%. So you really need to hit them with all 3 types to gain the maximum bonus here. All right, on to the unique items. So
Gloves.
Side bindings. This is a unique gloves, and this plays right into the familiar. So whenever you cast familiar with this unique on, you're going to summon all 3 elemental variants at once. However, it does come with a bit of restrictions on it. So familiar's duration is going to be dramatically increased, and its cooldown reduced, but you're going to have 1 less charge of it. So you won't be able to spam this quite as much, but you press the button once or twice, and then you get the max for familiars out. They're all over the screen, and they're going to last for quite a long time.
Yeah, I understand the idea behind it.
Really,
not just a fire, lightning, or cold source, but an elemental source.
Up the power
Yeah,
for the
I get
familiar.
it.
It's an awesome unique for that. Additionally, we've got new legendaries for the aspect of overheating. After channeling Incinerate for a time, you're going to deal bonus damage to the target. And casting Incinerate will refresh and maintain the bonus. So really just powering up your Incinerate. Charged Flash, this empowers charged bolts. And after you hit a certain number of enemies with charged bolts, your next 3 casts of charged bolts will no longer send out bolts. They're going to send out big waves of lightning that deal even more damage, and it's always going to be a crit. And then aspect of elemental constellation, once again, more about the mixing and matching of all 3 elements. Casting one of the elemental skills will summon a matching type elemental dagger that'll pierce through enemies. And the damage of that dagger is going to be increased if you get all 3 of the different element types in that time frame. All right, so I think, we've got new mythic uniques. Of course, how could I forget? New mythic unique items. These are the strongest items in the game.
Oh, crap.
We've got Shroud of False Death. And I think the really cool part about this is it's just inherent affix. It's going to grant +1 skill rank to all passives. And this is really awesome as we're adding new passives into the skill tree. This is just a ton of power for this new unique chest. And its effect is, if you haven't attacked in the last 2 seconds, you're going to gain stealth and bonus movement speed. Now, stealth historically has just been a mechanic that has been on rogues and a little bit on druids with the werewolf builds. But now every class, if you get this mythic unique, is going to have some access to stealth. You can drop out of combat for a little bit, and then you get into stealth, and you get tons of movement speed to maybe move on to the next pack or move somewhere else in the dungeon.
Stealth.
And it's a really simple line, all passives, but it's literally all passives, which is insane. Like it's incredibly powerful.
Absolutely. And we've also got the Heir of Perdition, a mythic unique helm. And this one has an interesting effect. So it says, give into hatred and earn Lilith's favor, increasing your damage dealt by 60%. So just baseline, this is a huge damage bonus. And the second line here says, slaughtering enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from, or slaughter enemies to briefly steal Lilith's favor from nearby allies. So this means if you're playing in a group with somebody else who happens to have the Heir of Perdition equipped, you are able to steal Lilith's favor from them. Lilith will only favor one of you, and you actually gain double the bonus of this, right? If you steal someone else's favor, you get 120%
multiplicative,
and they would get 0. But if you're just playing this solo, no one else has Heir of Perdition around, it's just a flat 60% bonus damage, which is still a ton and very impactful for a mythic unique. All right, I believe that is actually everything. Wow, that is so much new class content, new skills, new legendaries, new everything. And I didn't even get to talk about some of our other, more regular class balance changes.
Shaco's still better, for sure.
Skills and legendaries. So make sure you definitely check out the patch notes. There is still more changes to come, but we're already really deep into this Campfire chat, and we didn't want to extend it too much longer. So make sure you check out the patch notes for all the details on those other changes coming as well.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charles. I know we have gone through a lot of information. We're in hour 1.5 of this Campfire chat. As I said, and I mentioned on social, like this is going to be a very beefy Campfire chat. We still have 2 more things that we do want to really cover off. And as Charles had mentioned, there are a lot of other class changes that we didn't actually fit within the presentation, like a lot of balance-specific items.
I don't think it competes with
Andy's.
Andy's.
That will be on patch notes, and patch notes will be available on our blog for PTR immediately after the stream, so please check that out. We are going to jump into some quality of life items, and so Colin, do you want to take us through some quick quality of life items that will be coming with 2.0?
The chest probably doesn't
I'll go
doesn't
quick so we
compare
can
with
get to
materials
the
either.
super exciting, cool thing. Yeah, so the first one here is you can now select your preferred town portal location.
Smart.
So how that's going to work is you're going to open up the map and hover over any of the waypoints, and when you right click on it, it's going to set that as essentially your preferred location, and whenever you town portal, it's going to take you there. So this is really helpful.
Everyone's
for
going to
when
have the
you're doing
same
whispers,
place.
for example.
At least I know my
you set
place.
the Tree of Whispers as your preferred location. Do
Tree
some
of Whispers,
whispers.
that's
When
my
you press
place.
T, you go right there. You don't have to open up the map, then click on the waypoint, then click on accept. Like, it's all very seamless, and it's just removing a lot of the inputs that you have to do to get back to town quickly. The next thing here is we're adding a dungeon key inventory tab for things like nightmare sigils. So that just gives you more space for more activities. So much room for activities. The next one here is we've done a pretty substantial rework of monster CC, and this is in the spirit of we want to have really clear sort of delineations between normal monsters and elite monsters, and we didn't like how often you were getting slowed down and how mandatory unstoppable could feel. So, you know, it always felt bad to be fighting this huge horde of enemies, and you see this elite, and you're paying attention to the elite, and then like this goat man mauler comes up and like sneak attacks you and knocks you down for 3 seconds, and that's the thing that kills you. That always felt like bullshit, right? So what we've done is we've sort of overhauled a lot of the normal monster CCs to be quick and snappy. Like, you still feel them, you kind of want to avoid them still. But they're much less sort of the reason why you die entirely. So the vampire impale, when like the two-hander like comes and stabs you and stuns you for 3 seconds, that's turned into an immobilize. So you can't move, but you can just smack him in the face. And then the werewolf leap is another great example where previously they'd come out of stealth and
you can't make them stack because they have
leap
modifiers
attack on you,
on
and
them.
you get dazed and you'd walk around confused. And now they just it does a quick knockback. This next change here is small, but I think it's a blaster's delight, which is all the monsters that had really long death animations all die instantly. You don't have to wait for the loot to hit the ground. It's very satisfying. You know, the big ass like spider hosts that crawl towards you. When you kill them, they pop instantly, and all the spiders go and hit the walls, and it feels great. The zombies feel really good too. It like they pop instantly when you kill them. And it's a very satisfying experience. So this should speed up combat quite a bit, and it just feels really good. The next thing here is their socketable inventory tab, another tab for you to put socketables like gems and other socketables. And then there's also an additional stash tab that we're going to add. The next thing, if we could roll the clip, we took out just about all the
That's not me, that's them.
And then, like, click on the plunger and don't get hit by the spikes. That's all been replaced entirely with just monster packs of varying sizes, and it's just way more seamless. In this case, we only rolled some normal monsters, but sometimes it's a couple of elite packs. You never really know what you're going to get. It's like a Easter or a Kinder egg, I should say. And it just helps the dungeon flow substantially, like to just sort of blast through those things. And then a handful of dungeons have had their procedural logic updated, just so there's more variation in the layouts. So when you play it, it's just going to roll out differently. This is really just iterating on our dungeon set to make them feel much more sort of flow-inducing, not slowing you down. And then the next one here is minor, but it actually feels pretty good, and it has a big impact on the game. When you get those Paragon and level up notifications, we're actually going to tell you how many. So sometimes you'll realize, oh my god, I have like 15 skill points I can spend. And it actually tells you the number. And it's a nice quality of life change. So I think that's everything.
Awesome. Thank you, Colin, for running through quickly.
There's no
I
reason to
appreciate
run
the
dungeons
efficiency
anymore, though.
Of going through all the quality of life changes. Now I know Jeevan has been very quiet over here. He's only chimed in a little bit. And we do want to talk about a new thing that is coming to Vessel of Hatred specifically, and for Vessel
here
of
it
Hatred
is.
players. So, Jeevan, will you talk us through it a little bit?
Yeah, so it's my privilege to kind of talk about a feature that the whole team's been working very hard on that we haven't really mentioned much. And you know, we looked at the expansion. We had all these cool things, you know, torment, new class skills, spiritborn, but we thought there was a hole, and we wanted to particularly give build crafters a new way to play for Vessel of Hatred. This is for folks who, like me, whose dream cooking show has nothing to do with British baking, but instead would be called Colin's Kitchen. Twitch chat, if you would binge Colin's Kitchen, let us know. Yeah, let's. And I think some of you already kind of have an idea. So yeah, let's get into. As some of you already know, we're going to be talking about rune words.
Oh boy!
So let's start with a little background. So rune words were in Diablo 2, and they were a very powerful way of augmenting gear with socketable content. And there's a lot of good sort of nostalgic feelings. They were popular. They were remembered fondly. You can look on the right. That's one of the most iconic examples from Diablo 2.
Enigma killed the game.
The name is Enigma, and you would make it with runes Ja if Bur, and it would get you some really cool skills that would come out of it when you.
This
put it
is
all
where
together.
Nightmare Dungeons come into play. Watch. Yep, you can only get them in Nightmare Dungeons.
For Diablo 4, we wanted to retain the soul of what Diablo 2 runewords did, which is combining socketable components and creating more powerful
Just made
items.
it mandatory. You're right.
But we also wanted to do something that felt appropriately fresh and new. And we wanted to lean into what's unique about the modern game to make the Diablo 4 version of runewords and make it stand on its own and really feel like the right version to be given to players.
Yeah, and what was so awesome about Diablo 2 runewords, right, was you got this set of runes that made a god item, right, and it broke the rules, like being able to teleport on other classes. Like, what the hell, Barbarian is teleporting across the screen? We really wanted to embrace that in a way that extended builds and didn't necessarily enforce you must play
PTR
with this
is not
item.
today.
And we're really excited
This
to share
Campfire
what
chat.
that's sort of manifested, right?
Yeah, and you all have a lot of builds that you started with from the base game, and we want to add on to those. So, what are rune words? They're a way for you to make your own spells. So there are two types of runes. There's runes of ritual, and they specify actions from the player that they have to trigger. So you can see the example here of the Yule rune, which is a legendary quality rune of ritual. You have to cast a skill which has a cooldown. So, Frost Nova or something like that.
Shouts.
Then you have runes of invocation. And these grant powerful effects as a result of satisfying those runes of ritual. So the example here, the Gar rune, gives you 2.5% critical strike chance for 5 seconds. And you can stack up to 10 times, up to 25%. And you can mix and match these. There'll be a lot of different runes of ritual and runes of invocation, and you can put them together as you see fit. So when you combine a rune of ritual and rune of invocation, you pair them together, you put them in an item with 2 sockets, boom, you form a rune word. And as you can tell, there's going to be rarity. We're going to have magic, rare, and legendary, and the higher rarity runes will have more potent conditions or effects. So one of the important elements of this is called offering, which is the rune resource system. So your runes of ritual will generate offering, and they're meant to feed into their linked runes of invocation so that they can consume that offering. And the sort of more demanding rituals that we would ask of you as a player gain you more offering. At the same time, the more powerful invocations that you would try to get require more offering. And so there's sort of like shared economy there.
Rip
so
gems
you can
on
look
weapons.
at these runes on the right, you get 50 offering for casting a skill with a cooldown, and this rune only requires 25 offering for it to trigger. That's where overflow comes in. Overflow is when an invocation receives an offering in excess of what's needed to trigger it. But put more simply, we want you to have a mix and match system, but we want the pieces to be not super hard that they can't fit together easily when they have some rough edges. So many invocations can get different bonus effects when overflowed. Some of them might get increased radius to the effect. Some of them might get increased duration, but it'll always be proportional to the overflow amount. So as an example here, the Gar rune only requires 25 offering, and it's getting double that, which is 50 from the Yule rune. So every time you cast a skill with a cooldown, you'll get 2 stacks of 2.5% critical strike chance, or 5% crit strike. And so that's kind of how you get to play with this system, and you get to optimize it in different ways.
And it creates a lot of flexibility, right? Even like if you do a really demanding ritual trigger, for example, on a really low offering rune of invocation, it's almost a way to start scaling that rune of invocation in a completely different way beyond just triggering the rune.
Exactly, yeah. It lets us as developers be more flexible in creating wide ranges of effects, sort of small ones, big ones, and also the same for the rituals. And you get to kind of decide which ones you think fit your build or are cool. And we do our best to make sure that you can almost cook up anything. So a few rules. Runes can be socketed into items with 2 sockets. We've added another item to get 2 sockets for Vessel of Hatred. So you'll have your helm, your 2-hander, your gloves, and your helm.
So once again, barbarians have two two-handed
weapons.
weapons.
Paired with a rune of the opposite type. So you have to pair a rune of ritual with a rune of invocation. You can have a maximum of 2 rune words equipped. You can't equip the same rune twice, and they're available for users who own Vessel of Hatred.
Oh, it's
they stack
only
in your
available for
inventory in the
Vessels
new
of Hatred.
Socketable inventory tab, which will
What's
also
up,
have
Uncle
your
John?
runes. And runes are tradable between other players who own Vessel of Hatred. And they unlock with a quest in the campaign, both runes dropping from as loot, but also rune crafting, which we'll get into later. And they drop at a higher rate in the Undercity, which is a specific place you can farm them. So now let's get into some clips here. We get to actually see it in action. So this is a barbarian, and the rune of ritual they have is travel 5 meters. Very simple. And they're going to join that to the earthquake, which is a legendary aspect that you've already seen before, which requires 100 offering. So you see, we'll put them together in this item. And then all they have to do
Travel
is just
10
run
meters.
around. Boom, earthquakes
It's gonna
dropping.
be insane with the Paragon legendary glyph we just talked about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
The
Oh
earthquake
my
train
gosh.
is leaving the station.
What I love about this is it doesn't just count your normal walking, right? If you're leaping, if you're charging, that's all counting towards like the distance that you're
For sure.
moving, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
whoa.
And you
Yeah, whoa,
you could
cut
see
the
it
video.
here in like the whirlwind,
Whoa.
for instance. Like it's obviously spawning earthquakes. So
Was that a druid petrify ultimate? This must be the wrong clip. All right, sorry guys. We're doing it live. Let's just move on to the next one. Okay, so we have a necromancer here with the rune of ritual, cast a non-channeled core skill, getting 25 each. And then this is a classic from D2, gain +3.
More
to all skills.
earthquakes. Pay to win. Here we go.
So you'll get to see
Uncle, did you watch all this?
this necro's got 5 skill ranks for reap and sever.
Very easy to understand.
Just gonna go out and cast this core
Casual,
skill.
socketable Harlequin crest, pretty good.
You pretty happy with it all?
So a little pew pew, just doing your basic core skill usage, filling up the offering needed.
Yeah, I really like the little tracking buff that fills up as you're getting it. So you don't need to really micromanage this. You can just at a glance see that, hey, I just filled it up, and now I get +3 ranks of sever.
Yep.
I really
so
want to
you
know
got
what they're going to
+3.
do with
There you
nightmare
go.
dungeons now.
What was that?
So
We were
yeah,
just
this-
talking about
this-
maybe
this
you can
necro's
only
just
find
clicking
glyphs in
and,
nightmare dungeons.
Oh, what is this? Another broken clip? Did they just cast teleport? What? Okay, I think you guys
Teleporting
you had enough of me.
necros. What are you cooking over there, Jeevan?
Yeah, I'll stop making jokes mostly. Yeah, so what we really wanted to lean into with D2 Rune
Replace
Words,
your
among
evade
other
with
things,
Sorcerer's
was the ability to
Teleport.
cast other classes' skills and use their power and harness it into your build. So with Rune Words, you're going to get to do that. Each class is going to share 2 skills and 1 legendary aspect, like the Earthquake one that you
Wait,
saw.
what?
And some of them are even going to get to cast improved versions.
You could
So for
share
instance,
each other's
instead
skills.
Of, the standard Decrepify from the Necromancer, you get to cast Horrid Decrepify, which is the upgraded version. And that's we did that for a lot of reasons. We wanted to make some of them feel a little better and a little more powerful. And a lot of it is about balance. But one important
I will say, this opens up a lot of build diversity.
here is that you always cast the best version of the skill if you have upgrades as the sort of home owner of the class, right? So what that means is, let's say you're a Spiritborn and you equip the Cry rune, which is the Vortex spell. If you have points into the upgrade, then you'll cast the upgraded Vortex when the rune goes off. So I don't think there'll be any class envy. Like everyone will get the best version of their own skills, and then they'll get to use other classes' skills. And we're really excited to see how people can
This one is
construct
pretty
new builds
crazy.
and new
Invoke the
archetypes
Druid's
and what they can
Petrify.
do with using the
That
power
gives
of the
you
classes.
another
And
ultimate.
it says enhanced war cry, so that means necros can become berserk, right?
That indeed does mean that, and that enhanced war cry is a winner. I gotta say that one's real strong. We've already seen people just
Enhanced
chopping up
war
the
cry
pit with that
people
one.
can get now.
Yeah, Absolutely. Really looking forward to what kind of interesting new combinations and builds you can come up with by dipping into other class skills in unique ways. It really just like multiplies the possibilities of what you can do with any given class.
Iron Mails
Yeah,
from Rogues.
exactly.
Yep.
And not only do we want you to augment your builds with other classes' skills, but runes will scale with gear. So when you get more interesting runes of rituals, you'll find ways to optimize them as well and get more output. So we really feel like people will have a lot of theory crafting that they can build off of the rune word system, and I'm very excited to see how you break the game. By the way, that's what she's doing on PTR for me. Just break the game. See every build you can find that totally.
So now gems are gone. Well, I guess that's not true. Not every
so now we have
item
the
can have 2
crafting
sockets.
element. So using 3 of the same rune, you can use them to roll a new rune. You go to the jeweler, or it might not be the jeweler, but we'll see. And you will combine 3 of the same exact rune, and you'll get a new rune out that is guaranteed to be different than the rune you put in. And there's a chance to uproll it to the next highest rarity. So if you put 3 magic runes in, there's a chance that it'll be a rare rune. Same with rare. There's a chance that it'll be a legendary rune. And then on top of that, we'll have the ability to craft mythic uniques. So you can use runes. Each mythic unique can be crafted with a specific set of runes. You'll need a legendary, rare, and magic runes of a certain quantity, and 1 resplendent spark. And this is in addition to the existing mythic unique crafting flow. So
I was just going to say this really harkens back to the sort of crafting that was so core in D2 with the runes of being able to match 3 and get
What
the
did he
next
say? You need a
upgrade, but in
resplendent
a way
spark
that's
for
a little
what?
bit more flexible and gives you more progression out of it. And this is all tradable, right? So that match 3, those crafting mythic uniques, what do you think that's going to do with trading?
Yeah,
Trading runes is
I
pretty
think
big.
it's going to really build a sort of player community around how to acquire the runes you need, whether it's because you want to combine, you have 2 and you want to find that 3rd one to combine for a new one, or you're hunting for a specific mythic unique. I think we're going to have a lot of player interaction, and well, someone's going to win the capitalism game there, so we'll see how that goes.
I really like how the rune crafting system makes it so you're kind of always progressing, right? If you're getting rune drops, then you're getting materials that you can use to progress towards higher rarity runes and potentially towards these mythic unique items. Unlike some of the other loot drops, if you don't find a good piece of gear, it just ends up being salvage.
Auction house,
runes,
no.
You're kind of constantly getting
Crimson Market,
even if it's not always the perfect rune right now.
Yeah, I think that's something that when we did talk to a lot of sort of D2 diehards when we built rune words, and one of the things that most of them tended to mention consistently was like every rune drop is progress, right? You're always moving up that ladder. And so we wanted to make sure that even if you didn't get the exact thing you wanted, it still meant something to you one way or another.
Well, I know we've talked a lot about a lot of stuff today. We had progression, itemization. We talked about quality of life. We talked about class changes, and of course, the newest thing, which is rune words, which will be in Vessel of Hatred. But the one thing we did want to quickly talk about was PTR. PTR is coming up. And we want to give a little bit, or at least some specifics on what that PTR test is going to be, and also hear from the team on exactly like what they're looking for from you guys out there that are playing, like for feedback as you guys play through the systems. Everything that we've actually talked about today is going to be present in this PTR. So all the class balance changes, the progression changes, rune words will also be part of the PTR. So we actually do want players jumping in and checking it out. So let's jump right into some of the PTR items.
Specific runes.
So as everyone knows, PTR from even the last PTR that we had will carry over content from your main account. So if you've already done all your renown, cleared your fog of war, your altar of Lilith status will carry over onto your PTR account. We did do a character copy as well. It was a while back though, so there you may find that it might be a little dated from like the character copy that you have on live, but that will exist for players to actually use. One thing I will note is that we are planning on having 2 different testing phases for PTR specifically. The first testing phase will actually begin next Wednesday and will run through Friday. About midday, where we're going to actually give players the opportunity of kind of just starting characters from fresh, because we really need people to try out the new progression systems that Colin and Aislinn were talking about specifically in the beginning of the stream. So Wednesday through midday Friday, we really need players to jump in, check that out, give us feedback specifically regarding anything tied to the new progression systems. Around midday on Friday, though, we will be turning on the rest of the PTR, which will include things like rune words and all the other features that we were kind of talking about. All the other features will be part of it, but rune words and things like that will be turning in on Friday. One thing that we've heard from feedback from
level
players
60.
specifically, especially as we have addressed this in the past, is that there is going to be a boost vendor available for this PTR. So in Kiovashad, players will be able to go and visit this specific vendor. This is the best video that I was talking about because this Fallen is dancing and it looks absolutely amazing. This vendor will be available and you'll be able to interact with it. And this vendor will actually then be able to provide you a ton of enhancements to your character, which we do have a list of here. So you will be able to boost your character up to level 50. Level 60, of course, which is the new level cap after Vessel of Hatred actually ships. We will end up clearing out your whole map, your waypoints, Fog of War. We will
all
do your
uniques,
class mechanics
all
stuff
runes,
and have that
temper
already
manuals.
All torment
good
tiers
vendor.
will be unlocked. Your potions will be upgraded completely. And then I know based off of feedback that we got from like the last PTR was, hey, it'd be great if we could generate like legendary items, if we can get all the unique items, all the runes, that's new now, but all the runes and everything like that, including masterworking materials, that will actually be available in this vendor. So this is a way for players to be more efficient while testing and being able to give us more feedback, especially around endgame related items. So we really need players to jump in for PTR. One last caveat I do want to mention is Infernal Hordes will not be available in this specific PTR. We are still doing some work on that right now before we actually get it ready, but all the other features within the game will be available. I might have missed it. Infernal Hordes, as I mentioned, it's a permanent feature, so it's coming back.
Did anybody
to the
hear
game
where
no matter
runes
what.
drop?
And then separately, I do want to remind everyone that PTR
Grace, I'll
right
break
now,
it down.
It is still just PC Battle.net only. This does give us the flexibility of being able to upload, change things on the fly, like things like turning rune words on Friday, for instance, gives us we have the flexibility of being able to do that on our own platform. So it's
everywhere
just easier for us to be able to have that additional work from our side to be able to make things like that happen when we can do testing specifically from that end. But Colin, Aislinn, I'd be really curious to hear like what you guys are looking for specifically in this PTR from feedback from players that they can focus in on and provide feedback on as they go into the test.
Yeah, so I think we really want to see people focusing on the new journey. So starting from level 1 and feeling out what difficulty tier is right for you. And if that feels like it's the difficulty tier that you would expect to be on based on how powerful you've managed to make your character and how many of the progression systems you've engaged with. Like if you engage with tempering and you go all out and you're like, I'm going to make my character a blaster, even though they're only level 30, like how far can you go with that? And are you going as far as you expected you would be able to go?
Yeah, those are great points. It really is
Why
about,
are people talking about Nightmare Dungeons?
Are we hitting that expectation?
They took Glyph XP out of Nightmare Dungeons and they're now in the pit. So the question is, what are dungeons for now?
Are these difficulty tiers sort of meeting those expectations of all the things that we have had in the previous game now mapped to a more streamlined system that should be much easier to navigate?
Awesome. And I know on the class side, like Charles, what are you kind of looking for? What's the team looking for on that front?
That's why people were
I think we're
guessing
looking
that
at
dungeons
the new
would be timed to
skills
rune
and
words.
the new key passives for each class and how they're usable at all points in your character journey, right? They should feel good to press when you just first learn these new skills. But they should also feel really good when you're in the late game and you're trying to, maybe make a build all around them, right? Around your stone burst. Like, does it feel like that has enough support and that you can, make a stone burst build or dance of knives and or all the other different skills? Like, do they fit in? What's their appropriate power level? And we really want to make sure that the new skills and the new key passives enable new ways of playing our classes, and they feel satisfying to build that way.
Awesome. And Jeevan, I know you mentioned to everyone, break the game with rune words. So is there maybe any more extra items you're looking for in terms of feedback?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely mostly about that. I want to see what people come up with. I want to see, what you can cook in terms of builds. You can do something fun or cool or unexpected. And also, I'm highly interested in the sort of balanced feedback. I think we'll get it from all of you, but we've had a lot of people on the team work very hard on conceptualizing how to make sure this stuff is right on the edge of broken without actually being broken. And you'll get to prove me wrong if that isn't the case. Yep.
Awesome. Well, I know we do want to jump into a little bit of Q&A before we kind of wrap up. I know we've been here for a little while, so we'll try to grab some questions specifically from Twitch chat. I know probably the most popular question right now from the community is about armory, and I do want to start off with that specifically. And I do also want to just confirm that we are working on an armory. The team is cooking on it right now. We just don't have it ready immediately, but as soon as we have an update, we will be providing that to the community. There is work for an armory happening. We're not purposely ignoring it, I promise you. And it is in the works specifically from that end. So I know we have questions from Twitch chat, so this is where I actually butcher everyone's names. So in standard fashion, I will continue to do that. It's just a little different now because I actually have a screen in front of me, which is actually really, really beneficial. But I guess we'll start off with a question regarding the different difficulty tiers. So this is from Double DHZ, which is since we now have 8 difficulties, does this mean with power increase in later seasons, more difficulties will be added? Are we planning on adding 20 difficulties like in Diablo 3? What's the plan?
I could see why that question's being asked.
Yeah, we want to be really measured in terms of when we add difficulty tiers. I think it sets us up for adding them when we feel like it's an appropriate time. We don't want to get to a spot where we have 20 different difficulty tiers. We want to have just enough granularity to support the amount of power that we're adding.
All right,
and what we don't want to do is sort of say, okay, we're going to add things like rune words or add things like season.
Wrath said D4 bad, D4 good, D4 different. Upgraded paragons, upgraded level, upgraded itemization, gave every class a new skill, gave every class a key passive, added in rune words, added in sockets, new balance, new class, new area, new map, 2 new end games.
All this new power to push. A great example of that is previously in seasons, we would actually increase monster health to compensate for some of the seasonal powers. Now, if you get seasonal powers, if you're blasting Penitent and leveling to 60 faster, good for you. That's something that we think is actually really important to the system.
Rune words are back.
Awesome. I know next question that we have, this is a question I've seen a decent amount. This is from Explosive Cat. Hopefully your cat is not exploding. What's the purpose of Nightmare Dungeons now that Glyphs have moved out of Pit?
There it is.
Yeah, so Nightmare Dungeons are going to be where you receive your masterworking materials. And because Nightmare Dungeons are going to be following the difficulty tier system now, you're going to be able to go into higher torment tiers, or rather higher difficulty tier Nightmare Dungeons, and get more masterwork materials out of that. So just like, all other kinds of content in the game now, being able to go into a higher difficulty of that activity is going to ultimately be better for you.
Yeah, the grind, sort of putting a grind currency actually fits much better in a Nightmare Dungeon compared to the Pit, because it means that every sort of elite you kill, every chest you open, or every corner you go into and you find an elite pack, those are going to be masterworking materials, as opposed to today where it's like, well, the instant I make a turn that is not in the direction of finishing this dungeon has been a waste of my time because I want that glyph.
Oh, enemies drop them. It's not a reward at the end. I get it. So Pit and Nightmare Dungeons
type of content.
flip-flopped.
Conversely, with the pit, again,
Yeah,
we're gonna
Wrath, I'm
reward
gonna
you for
test it in
pushing
PTR,
difficulty,
but
and
I'm
we
sure
do
it's a
want you
net
to sort of
positive
get there
overall.
quickly and get that reward and get out. So we think that'll feel a lot better.
Yeah, so just for people, because I think when they immediately heard like, well, now it's just moved to Nightmare Dungeons and it's just at the end. It's actually part of the whole Nightmare Dungeon. It's not just the end goal, getting to the end and getting masterworking materials there. Just want to clarify for chat, because I know immediately
there's a good amount at the end when you kill the boss, right? Of course, the boss has to have good shit, but like, what's really gonna feel great is like when you run into a massive elite pack, like you just randomly run into, we spawned maybe too many. Those are all gonna represent, little loot bags of masterworking materials, which is gonna be huge.
Awesome. This question is from RXU 105. Are runes reusable?
Yeah. So, by the way, I just want to say, chat, I've been reading Twitch chat, and what you've said has struck a chord. Anyway, yes, they will be reusable.
Can't take you anywhere.
You can unsocket runes and you can move them into different items. Yes, absolutely.
That's nice.
I saw
They're
a few
savable.
related questions to that. They don't get to exist in the same item as gems. You do have to pick between gems and runes on any individual item.
Awesome. I know there was a question related to another. Well, at least I don't know, Charles, you want to answer this, or if you have additional details. There's a lot of questions related to one of the mythic uniques, and it's additive damage to demons and angels specifically.
Yes.
I don't know if you want to talk about
I will confirm that is the wording on the effect. Plus damage to angels and demons.
There you go, guys. We'll just leave it at that. And
no further comment.
I know, no further comment on that.
Gems are not useless because they're good for one socket items. Jewelry.
Why cap the amount of boards instead of just capping maybe the amount of glyphs we can use? This is from Hotner.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Something that I think we can take back and really think about. We had discussed, and we felt like the cleanest solution from just sort of the
there's going to be angels we have to kill
flow perspective was that we wanted to just make it really sort of compact and make those choices about which glyphs and which legendary nodes and eventually what rare and magic nodes matter to you. But that's really good feedback and something we can continue to monitor as we go into PTR and as people get their hands on it. Again, it's really about making those boards more punchy, and the connections between those boards is something that you navigate during your journey. But the sort of end point is about making those really chunky choices on what glyphs you want and what legendary nodes you want. And we think that ultimately, especially now that Paragon is realm-wide and all your alts, I think we touched on that earlier, all your alts get to benefit from this. It's really going to streamline that process of getting your points locked in quickly on those alt characters and get them into the end game.
The lady
really
saved
quickly.
doesn't like you anymore. Yeah, right.
So, but that's a really good point of feedback.
A question from WTF.
They said armory is in the works. It's coming.
Yeah, you get the point.
It's in the works.
Everyone need to be in Kyovashad to change difficulty like it is currently right now.
That's a good question. We've added, actually, so you could imagine how obnoxious it would be to do the pit in Karagar and then have to go to Kyovashad to then unlock the new Torment tier that you just got. So we actually added difficulty tier selectors in Karagar as well as Kyovashad, in addition to Kyovashad. And then we also have one in Kurast, and there's also another one, I think, near the Dark Citadel entrance. We've added them in a few locations across the game just to make that a little bit of a better experience.
I mean, they're for sure getting better at this.
Question from a few people. There's like Corinter, there's another question from 9 Tons of Pain. Are glyphs kind of shared between all characters in the realm, or do they have to be leveled up separately?
So those are still leveled up separately, but that's something like going forward, we definitely want to emphasis on like making alts more seamless to play into, and we definitely there's some underlying feedback there, which is, wouldn't it be great if the Paragon glyphs were account wide? And it's like, yeah, that's something we can take back to the team. And philosophically, we really want to start moving towards a direction where making alts is really easy to get into and feel powerful. So that's something we can definitely take note of.
And I'll also highlight that, right, because the Paragon points are shared account wide or realm wide, as it were. If you make a new character, you're going to get a ton of Paragon points right away, which increases your power level, which maybe means you take on a higher pit tier, and then you get the catch-up mechanic on leveling up those glyphs. So it is a little bit easier for your alts to level up those glyphs as well, even if it's not 100% shared.
Yeah, that's very true. You can level up them. You can level them up really fast in the pit if you're pushing deep.
There is a question regarding Eternal Realm characters, like, what happens to them when 2.0 kind of launches? What's the, like, I'm assuming because they already have like 925 gear, if they're at max level, they'll be brought down to that.
That's another
new
great
level
question.
Is there like any specific changes or anything, or is it kind of laid out exactly kind of how we presented?
They're like, I have no idea.
Oh, I can answer this. So we are doing some adjustments for those Eternal players who really like to play the game on one character. We wanted to make sure that there was new loot to chase. We also just needed to make sure that with the new character level adjustments, we sort of had to adjust the eye power of items now that the fact that the max character level is 60. In addition to our goals of really sort of creating more grounded numbers, it does mean level 50 is getting an eye power adjustment, as well as the affixes are being adjusted. But we are going to max roll every single affix that we adjusted power-wise. So, for example, if you get a 5, we're going to take those items and adjust them. We aren't going to re-roll those affix bands. Like if you had perfect affixes, we're just going to essentially max roll all of them within that band. So there's no feels bad about, I had this perfect item and you ruined it by readjusting it. But the sort of main takeaway there is we wanted to make sure in patch 2.0 that there was new loot to chase. We wanted to make sure that the new uniques had a place to sing. And that's all sort of in service to that, for that type of Eternal player who really likes that sort of long form progression.
Awesome. Question from Ice Panther. Rune words, are they applicable to all items and weapons? Or are they restricted to specific types of equipment? Additionally, can gems be inserted into equipment with runes?
Yeah, they can be inserted into all types of equipment, so they're not restricted from being in uniques as long as you have 2 sockets for that unique. And to restate the slots that are available with 2 sockets, on base game it's 3. It's chest, pants, and 2-hander. We're also adding a second socket to helm, so you'll have 4 slots. And you cannot mix runes with gems in any item, and you wouldn't want to. You'd basically be losing the benefit.
Barbarians get access to 5 rune words. 5
co-op bugs. I will say that. I've gone on, forums and Reddit and addressed them, that we are working on them. I can tell you the team is most definitely working on them right now.
5.
Excuse me as I call.
Helm, chest, pants,
still getting over my
2-handed
sickness.
weapons.
And then I know this is actually I'm going to ask this because it's a funny question. Are there runes for G and then Vun?
My narcissism certainly would have let me do that, but I think we can't. We can't do that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, I would have loved to. But I will say, there are.
But only 2
the runes have
one
these sort
time.
of phrases that they unlock.
They did
actually compose the spells, and we have some, I think, fun references and Easter eggs to the great Diablo games of the past. And
I bet there's going to be a way to figure it out.
Make you smile when you see them.
Awesome. And then runes, are they stackable?
Yeah, they are stackable, and we have added a new tab for them as well. We have a socketable tab, so all your runes and gems will go there. So
there we go.
Would be pretty good for your inventory.
Didn't you hear?
Yeah,
Barbarians reduced 3.
That would have been really messing with inventory if runes did not stack.
So runes have a new tab and stackable.
Yeah, and now they have their own tab, which is really, really good. So cool. I know we are very over on time. So I do want to make sure that we let everyone go here so that they can eat, because we've now gone well past lunch over here in California. Just a reminder for everyone that
Lunch
PTR
compliant?
is actually going to be starting next Wednesday. We will have patch notes and the blog up immediately after the stream, specifically here, so you guys can check it out. Check out the patch notes. It's 17,000 words, a lot of words, so I apologize. I will say that for other locales, it might be until like early next week before those patch notes will be available. It just takes a while for us to localize on some of those, and it kind of came in a little hot. So we do plan on
Cali is
actually
very
having
strict. I do.
that
Lunch
available in all
compliant.
languages.
Got to go to lunch 4 or 5 hours into your shift.
Will be English only and immediately up after this specific stream. Again, PTR starts next Wednesday. We'll have 2 different phases. Wednesday through Friday will be that first initial phase where we need players jumping in, checking out the progression changes and testing all that out. And then starting on Friday for the rest of the week specifically, we'll end up having the boost vendor available where players can actually jump in and test out everything that they need to regarding rune words and all other things that are tied to endgame. I do want to give a huge thanks to everyone on this panel here. Colin, Aislinn, Charles, Jeevan, thank you so much for going through a ton of information. I do want to also call out the rest of the Diablo team, because they have been doing a ton of work towards Vessel of Hatred, and of course, patch 2.0 and Season 6. One thing we will say is that you guys actually haven't heard about Season 6 yet. We still have information to tell you about Season 6. We'll be sharing that more here in the coming weeks as we head towards launch. So there is still a seasonal theme and mechanic with Season 6 that we'll be sharing here soon. So thank you guys, everyone, and thank you, Diablo community, for tuning in. Check out Diablo4.com.
And a seasonal mechanic still.
And we'll see you guys in Sanctuary. Thanks again.
Thanks, everyone.
Wow. Diablo's raiding racks. Holy smokes. I'm trying to gather my thoughts for a second here. Let's do this. You're talking about Season 6 Vessels of Hatred DLC. You know, a lot of people, and just follow me for a second before you get upset. A lot of people like to jump on D4 bad, D4's terrible. Everything that they're dropping should be in the initial game that was received. I get that. I don't disagree with that. But you can't change how the game dropped and how it has been developed. Vessels of Hatred, we are getting a new area, an extended campaign, likely a new boss fight, a new class. All classes are getting a new skill. All classes are getting a new keystone passive. They are completely reworking Paragon. They're completely reworking leveling. They're completely reworking alts. They are changing up itemization. They are changing up all world tiers. They are adding rune words. They're adding new items. They're adding new mythical items. I mean, and they just announced that there is going to be a seasonal mechanic to Season 6 that they haven't even disclosed yet. They're also adding in 2 new endgame systems. They're adding in raids. Like, this is a massive update. I mean, huge. Very, very, very big update. Ellie is still the greatest game ever. Well, of course it is. Of course it is. If you were required to spend money on an expansion after this, would you? Say it again. No. I can't. I missed a ton of stuff anyways. Look at Rax. He's got his whole list of stuff he wrote down the whole time. Massive. It's a big one. Last Epoch, still my favorite game. Tomorrow we're back on Last Epoch, starting a new build and watching dev chat. But I like to think of myself as I want to give credit where credit is due, and the amount of time and effort that the Diablo team has put into Vessels of Hatred feels pretty substantial. I guess that's like the best way I can word it. Feels pretty substantial. You could sit here and say that everything they're adding in should already be in the game, and I wouldn't disagree, but that doesn't change that the amount of stuff going in is pretty massive. Pretty massive. Okay, today is the final day of my indie showcase. Final day of my indie showcase, and I'm hoping we could fit in 2 games still today, even though we're already 3 hours in. Now, the next game that we are going to be playing, let me pull this up. Get out of here, Rax. We're going to be playing some Lindworm. Demo out now. Lindworm combines hack and slash combat, platforming, puzzling, housing in the shell of a rogue-lite action RPG. I keep hearing good things about this game, and it actually releases September 10th. So it's like literally right around the corner. Crawl into thrilling dungeons, slay epic bosses with your weapon of choice, enhance your hero, and rebuild the destroyed village in this co-op adventure. It has single-player, online co-op, family sharing. Early access is coming September 10th, and it has a downloadable demo. I have never logged into this game, so Lindworm's what we're going to play today. You're excited to see this one? So this is what I'm going to do. I have to switch everything over. So I'm going to switch up the thumbnail and all this stuff on YouTube. I'm going to update all the Twitch chat, and I am going to fill my water. So right now the stream is on a little bit of a break. I'll be back in a little bit, and we will have a new game booted up. D4 Campfire breakdown will be my video later tonight. So I hope I see you all in a couple of minutes, getting everything set up right. Meow.
trying to figure it all out. If it's you or me, I'm alive. Taking notice of this situation. I'm alive. Taking notice of this situation.
All righty then. Quick, your tent is on fire. It's not on fire. No, it is not on fire. All right, hold on, let me get everything set up. We're on to phase 2 of today's stream. Before somebody says something, this is not a sponsored stream. I am picking and choosing what games I want to play. These are all games that had big updates that came out of Gamescom, and we're having an indie showcase this week. This is now game number 6, Linworm. Fire, fire, pants on fire. No, no, no. Pit challenge demo. What's up, Mr. Orange? I don't know anything about this game other than what I've seen on their Steam page. Literally nothing. Talks about hack and slash, platforming, puzzling, housing, rogue-lite. All I know is early access is dropping September 10th. That is all I know. So, we'll jump right in. Create a character. Wait, did I get to create a character, or is this just my character? Oh, is this like for sure controller? All right, I picked up my controller on my desk. All right, jump. Jump attack. Slash. Ooh. All right, combat feels pretty good. No more PC Master Race. All right. Ragdoll effects. All right, there's our dash. I wonder if they give you an endgame character. Left trigger for potion. Okay, hold on, let's pause. Oh, there is no pause. That's interesting. You like the consecrated ground? That one's fun. I wonder if this is the whole demo. Pit challenge demo. Game is still in development. This is not the demo I expected. Hey, we got an item. We don't have any time to actually equip an item. Oh, we got a mimic too. I wanted to take a second to turn the volume up on the game, but I don't have a second. You can't pause it. Mimic, nice. You like that one? Raven has gifted a sub to Sarding. That is very kind of you, sir. Thank you. Stop shooting me back there. Wait, a helmet? We're picking up all the loot. Minute left. Dude, I wonder if this is the whole demo. Uh-oh. Thanks for playing the pit challenge. Your score. That's the demo? You gotta be kidding me. Stop trying to shoot me and shoot me. Awesome stream, man. See you tomorrow. Later. Is this the new D4 pit? That's exactly what it is. The only demo I didn't check out and was the one I was most excited for. Oh, it's different. Is it? No. Uh-oh. I took my sword off. Best load up Core Keeper, I suppose. You've beaten this already. There's now lava. Could you fall off? Yeah, I better guarantee you could fall off. Now I know what's happening. It looks like every minute you have a new wave of enemies. Isometric Dwarven Realms? No. Literally nothing like Dwarven Realms. At least in this demo. What games did you play today so far? This is the first game. The first almost 3 hours of the stream was Diablo 4 Season 6 Vessels of Hatred PTR, which we found out an absolute ton about the game. Mimic. Hey, we were actually able, we had enough time to switch on one item. So many changes. Oh, ton of changes. All right, well, this guy seems new. Another helmet. Two minutes. Big guy. Is he healing himself? He is. We don't like him. One minute. And he's healing himself again. There's your big boy. $30 seconds. Hey, we did better than the last round. Oh, those guys are tough too. Congratulations, you survived the pit challenge. Your score 4950. Oh my gosh. Those boss heals more than what you deal out. I'm ashamed I recommended this one. Combat is clean, but there's all there is, it looks like. Windworm Pit Challenge Demo. Combat is clean, but there looks like it's all there is. Switching to game number 3. Well, you certainly challenged the pit. I did. Be right back. Game 3. And we're back. Game number 9 of our indie showcase, Heretical. Choose your hero and defeat the guardians of the Sanctora Mountain as you attempt to reach the mountaintop. A ruthless demigod cult leader. In a familiar rogue-lite manner, dying is part of the progression, granting you new game mechanics, playable characters, skills, and weapons. Currently has a download demo. This is a game that was recommended to me on yesterday's stream. Let's try this. See if it has more content than the last one. Aaron ARPG. Start game. Oh, we're a herald. All right. Do you actually get to pick anything? No. Game title doesn't lie. That's good. Here we go. Start game. All right. Is this a controller one too? Let's see. All right. Obviously isometric. A is dash. X is attack. All right. We'll attempt it on controller first. This game's like dark. Turn off a couple lights so it's easier for me to see. All right. So what's the deal with this one? Guilty. It's a rogue, so is it you start over when you die? Rusty blade. Upgrade. Gloves upgrade. Among the timeless graves, nobles and wretch lie here all the same. Indistinguishable in time. All right. Good start. Lever doesn't move. You unlock new skills as you beat stuff. New characters appear after you die. Well, then what we're going to do is not die. Stop shooting me. All right. Upgraded gloves. Upgraded boots. Upgraded level. Oh yeah, this does look like a rogue. Every 5th attack, spawn a fiery wave of fire. When dashing, plant a trap, which when activates does DK damage over time. Periodically, 3 axes whirl around you, dealing physical. I'm going poison trap. Oh, you see that? Ooh, I like poison trap because you could dash backwards. Oh yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Upgraded helmet, upgraded chest. I'd say we're in a good start so far. Now keep the old. But you do have to meet certain checkpoints, I see. All right. Help me, please. Prophecy fulfilled. Arrow of for hire. Okay. Lost Ranger. Dude, we're crushing so far. What? Rotating axis is better for a spin to win build. No LE withdrawal symptoms yet, Aaron. I have a little bit of LE withdrawal, if we're being honest. Tomorrow I'll be back playing Last Epoch on a new build, and we'll be playing some dev chat bingo, and I've made a decision on what build we're going to mess around with. Machine Gun Spriggan. Or Vine Spriggan. I don't know. I want to stick playing Spriggan. I don't like that guy sniping me. Come and chase me. See the poison? Oh, not so tough when I'm in your face. All right. Again, so far, so good. We've lost a little bit of life. Champion. Sounds like Jaws. Well, we didn't do very good in that fight, but we did kill him. Explosive trap, or toxic trap, level 2. Every few seconds, a lightning bolt fires towards the nearest enemy, dealing lightning damage. Every few seconds, an ice spear appears above you, seeking enemies when it hits an enemy. It deals frost damage. We'll take Spark. Oh, this game demo hasn't ended yet. Very funny. Now you have a new character after you die. I see, because I found the dude in the cage. That purple thing over there. Stray Star Magical Currency. Okay. Now we're in an area with a big octopus. And we found someone. A shopkeeper. Okay. Oh, I see. If I had one more coin, I could have just leveled up my skills. Get one banish, shop offer, and gear. Ooh, look at that. Coin worth 4. Hey, this is total rogue. If you off the cliff, there's a big chest. If I jump off the cliff, there's a big treasure chest. You know, I'm just putting it out there. I don't believe you. All right, arrow for hire. Lost Ranger, new skills available. Fulfill prophecy. Sweet. Okay. Character progression, level 3, and shows our gear. Shield bash, toxic trap, and spark. And since we're wearing an item that gives +1 to level, you'll see that toxic trap and spark are already level 2. Stars. Stars can only be aligned at Well of Stars. Okay, got a little Grim Dawn in here. In Compendium. Okay. Looks good. We don't have enough gold for anything. Interact. Oh, that filled up our life almost. That got us our life back. Wait, why is it... Intelligence, cooldown reduction, increase strength, dexterity, movement speed. Cooldown reduction, hit points, strength. I'm guessing strength is the best. Okay. Allocate. Done. That's the Well of Stars. I got it. Okay, so now we got to go to you. You've returned, not by choice, coincidence, but by fate. Well then, it seems our stories are intertwined. Sadly, I can't give you guidance or solace. Find myself. Once my prayers are answered, I might be able to see the way forward. For now, your fate is just your own. I tried to hit him. Can't. Okay. So far, first area. I'm putting this in the I'm intrigued. I am intrigued with the way it works. It's also like a silent game. Like, the volume is not turned down that low. Let's turn it like way up for what I normally do. Put it at 50%. I'm guessing it's supposed to sound eerie. You scared? This would be a good Aaron After Dark game. Okay, we're crossing the bridge. More enemies. Oh. Upgraded boots. Upgraded weapon. Oh man, that is so nice. I really like the trap. Okay, enemies down. Come on. We're taking our time. We don't know how long this demo is. Very eerie. Shoot the guy up there. Upgraded shield. Upgraded boots. Get out of here, rat. Upgraded shield. Big upgrade. Upgraded level. Spark or toxic trap. We want... what is it? Damage and cooldown. We're going to take toxic trap. Okay. We've lost some life. Let's see what we got in our chest. Hello, you're so nice. I'm so nice? Thank you. Welcome in. Don't forget, everyone, as long as you're following the channel, type in !giveaway. And upgraded armor and chest. Okay, so now, check this out. We can shoot. I don't know if it's gonna feel better. I don't feel very accurate. just don't move fast enough. I wish I didn't put my point in strength. How do you heal in this game? Is there no potions? Is it just after you kill an enemy? You can go to the stars in the other area. This build for sure is gonna work. Lightning and poison trap as you strafe backwards. Oh, for sure. Miss me. You did. Oh, that gave us a little bit. Strength, magic, resistance. Take the extra armor. And once again, upgrade poison trap. All right. This is a game, it's not hack and slash. Hit him with the double poison. How far did you make it, Guilty? You get HP after certain kills, but mostly when you visit the Well of Stars. I see. I don't know if I want to go down there to... Oh. Oh. Can I shoot that guy? No? Nope. Upgrading our weapon. I ran through about 7 times and got 2 extra characters unlocked. Ow. Dude, the range on the bow is nice. Like super sniping. Oh, these poor enemies got to go through 4 traps of poison. 5. Come here. Taking it nice and slow. What's up, peeps? Hey, Delmore. Delmore, I'm going to be announcing game night for next week. I hope you're ready for V Rising. Told you, I'm going to keep my promise. Critical strike chance, armor, and strength, but we lose the +1 to skills. I'm gonna keep the old. Okay, we can't hit that guy. What the? What's this? We've been teleported to the nameless abyss. What? What was that? It happened. What? I don't even... Was I too slow in the game? I don't understand. I think the game was broken. What the heck was that? Have you seen that before? It's a survival challenge to force you to either be good or die. Oh. So now, since this is a rogue, we start over. Okay, good start. Start with rare gloves. My style of this game, I already like the archer better. So this is what we're gonna focus on. Okay, I got it. Makes you play faster, unlock stuff faster. And an upgraded bow. Very nice. I gotta check something. Heretical. Single player. I was like, dude, this game, I actually just one playthrough. I see some good stuff here. So what exactly progresses? So I guess that's my question, is that in this game you're supposed to be able to progress farther with each run. In rogue-lites you progressively get stronger so that you could push further. So what did I get to keep on that last run? It's just a new character? It'd be so much fun to play together, for sure. Spark, Dragon's Breath, Magma Orb. When you attack, launch a Fury Orb at your target, dealing area fire damage. Every 5th attack, every few seconds, a lightning bolt fires. All right, we'll take Magma Orb. Magma Orb. You push further and further into the story. Check your stars. I see. What's up, Xever? This is the game we are playing, and unfortunately, this is the final game for our indie showcase, Heretical. And this is our 9th indie game that dropped a demo. It's actually pretty fun. It is a rogue-lite action RPG. And they also label it Souls-like, which is very interesting. I don't feel Souls-like when I play it. I don't. We were crushing. Roguelite ARPG. Hate these dudes sniping. Oh man, throwing the ball at enemies feels good. Oh yeah, this is for sure up there with the funnest games I've played this week. It's eerie too, there's like no music. Astera was the one that interests me the most. Hey, you want to hear something cool, even though I haven't responded because I'm not very nice? The producer of Astera reached out to me, sent me a personal email. Easier than the first time. Heck yeah. Is this early access or an independent dev? Have you tried Keyboard Arena yet? No. This isn't even early access yet, the game we're playing. It just has a playable demo. No early access yet. The playable demo, Demo 3, Heresy, hit July 17th. Hold on, let's see. Search. Keyboard. Question was asked on YouTube, have I played this? August 13th, this month. Mostly positive 79. Free to play. What the hell is it? It's a shooter. Action rogue-lite with brutal cybernetic enhanced combat. Third person? Looks like Running Man. Single player. Huh. I've never heard of that game. So no, I've never played it. All right, Well of Souls. Going to the Well of Souls. You know, it'd be nice if they let you keep your gold from the previous run. Swirling Carnage, Dragon's Breath. Every third attack becomes brutal, dealing additional physical damage and having increased armor penetration. Execute. I wonder if every third attack also means ranged. Or if it has to be... Let's see, what does this have? I wonder if that would count for a bow attack. We could upgrade our boots. That's what we'll do. All right, upgraded our boots. Prophecy. New item can drop. It's a unique bow. And we're going into dex and movement on this character. Okay. Good to go. Now we're ready for that challenge. Wait, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Yeah, I'm going backwards. The camera kind of rotates around you. It actually gets confusing. Yes, yes, I stink. Prophecy acquired Black Dawn. All right, we got a new prophecy. All right, we're going back into the city. This is where we made it. This is as far as we made it last time. Third crossing. Dude, we're so much stronger than we were. Spark Magma Orb Ice Spears. Every few seconds, an ice spear appears above you, seeking enemies when it hits an enemy, dealing frost damage. No, we're going to keep our Magma Orb. Just like in Rogues, you'd rather have one strong skill than a bunch of weak ones. We're going to stick with that philosophy. Okay. Last time we went down. This is the way we went last time. Let's try up. Ooh. Ow. Upgraded helmet. For now, it only lets you pick up 2 in general. 2 skills? Oh, I see. Dude, we sniped him on the roof. So if you can only pick up 2, then you want to make sure you are picking ones you like. Upgraded bow. Attack speed slow, attack speed. Oh, it's a staff. No, no, no. Keep the old. No, no, no. I don't want a staff. Oh man, what are we doing? There's like a million people. Oh, this is the way we ended up going last time. Get out of there. Got him. We need life. It's gonna transport us to that realm soon. All right. That's what I've been waiting for. Toxic trap. Perfect. We're always strafing anyways, so it makes sense to get it. Currently equipped. New. No, keep the old. Take the new. Wow. That is a much better item. That is double the damage. Is this Grim Dawn-like? Good morning. What's up, Lenzer? No. It's our two-handed weapon. No, keep the old. Keep the old. Upgrade. Keep the old. Man, we're looking for a better bow. So far, nothing. Get out of here, rats! Oh, I get it. I can't escape. That's what happened. That's what's happening. Who's that person up there? Another character? Oh, no. I don't like this part. That is so silly. Okay, so far, this has put the game into my not purchase list. Oh my gosh, that is such an agitating feature that I truly do not understand. Why would you make a roguelike where you're being patient, you're upgrading your character, and then it's like, okay, you played enough, we're gonna kill you. Oh my gosh, I cannot tell you how bad that feature feels. It makes you not care about your progression because you know that the game's gonna kill you anyways. Oh, he's been triggered. I hate that so much. Very stupid. Now we've got a big hammer, I guess. Is it a demo thing? Well, that boss has a weird attack animation. No, your life is consistently going down. So the boss can hit you and your life goes down, but just being in that area, your life slowly depletes. So I don't know, you got to kill the boss before the shadow crap kills you. Yeah, I don't like it. What a weird thing. We got a big hammer now. Prophecy fulfilled. Black Dawn. Any shadow resistant prompts? Oh, that is dumb. Yeah, it's a DPS check. Oh, it's so stupid. It would be like, hey, Souls-like, we just want to make sure you're doing okay. Oh, you're not doing okay. Start over. What a weird feature to add. Whirling Carnage. Death's Gamble. Each time you deal damage, increase your critical strike chance, and crit damage resets when you land a critical strike. All right. Sure. All right, now we're on a sword. It feels like since it's a DPS check, basically, you just always have to take the most damage. Yeah, it started off good. I was very, very high and mighty on this game. Very high and mighty. I have completely 180'd. I'm sorry. I really, really liked the initial premise. Dead. Because also they talk about how every run you're supposed to get stronger. I don't understand what the actual progression is. So how am I stronger run 3 than run 1? Is this D4 PTR? Yes. Correct. Does it look like it? A DPS check historically, I'm sorry, I can't stop thinking about it. A DPS check historically would be like, at the end of the town, there's a boss you have to fight. And it's a very difficult boss. So if you don't have a semi-synergized character, that boss is going to tear you up. That's like a... It feels like a normal DPS check. Putting in an artificial, we're going to kill you. It's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Jump. I was thinking maybe it's timed or something. Well, I guess we can try execute. We've never used it. Oh, there's the third attack. All right, at least it's like a big old shot. Execute bosses now, right? All right, getting some gear upgrades here so that we could kill Lagon later on. Frost attack, knockback, lightning damage. Keep the old. Yeah, you gotta kill Lagon. Duh. All right, DPS check 1. So much easier with the bow and arrow. All right. Hello, shopkeeper. Get a skill upgrade. No item upgrades. We can get another skill. Ice Spear, Toxic Trap. Toxic Trap hasn't worked for us. So we'll take Magma Orb. All right. We know we're gonna die, so we should probably spend everything. There's nothing, just boots. All right. Hello. Fulfill prophecy. Fulfill prophecy. All right, we have fulfilled now a bunch of prophecies. Stars can only be aligned at a well. Okay. We are ready. We're watching Aaron get triggered. It's fun. Now you're making me upset. No, I don't even care. What are you talking about? So slow? The character's slow? It doesn't feel that slow to me. At least, like, think about your speed like your first town in an action RPG. Normally pretty slow. I think you're handling it better than finding pipes. That's true. We're killing Lagon this time, for sure. For sure. More attack speed. No, more damage. More physical attack, yeah. We're gonna go into the fight with more life. We're gonna go into the fight with more life and more damage. To see if maybe we just suck and Lagon's tentacles are normally easier. I don't know if we've been hit yet. There's a hit. Oh. All right. Level upgrade. Execute. Oh, pipes is a close second. Damn, there's a character up there. Come on, big upgrades right here. An axe. Okay. And an upgraded bow. I feel like the game designers are hearing me complain, and now they're like, all right, we can't listen to him cry anymore. Throw him a bone here or there. Smart. Smart. Okay. How do you get up there? Oh, I see it. I got it. What is this? It looks good. It's fun. Heretical? I missed these stairs the last time. Hello, I'm here to save you. Our character right now is unequivocally the strongest we have been. Playable character unlocked, Elementalist. Knife throw was tough there. It's gonna transfer us to the place soon. I'm focused. Log out. Oh! Executioner. Armor crit. Hold. Armor crit frost buff. Hold. Level up. Execute. Yeah, it's my rage checker. Don't tell me my business, devil woman. I need to kill Lagon in a second. You'll understand soon. How did he hit me? How far is that? Long bowman. Here we go. We're instantly dead.
Stop it. Get some help.
Don't let it get to you. Don't let it get... It's no big deal. I honestly don't even care. I just wanted to try this other character. I don't even care. It's very... It doesn't matter. I don't care less. Can't kill the first enemy! How long will it take? I don't know how to put this into words. It is the worst feature I've seen in a game in a very long time. It's very stupid. All right, we're now playing a mage. I just needed to pull over farther. The mage is interesting. It doesn't auto, like, log on. Maybe it just has less of a range than the bow. Oh yeah, it just has less of a range. That's what it is. Hey, if I am not on when you announce game night, send me a DM. All right, sounds good. It's anniversary and my birthday weekend. Oh, very cool. Congrats. That is awesome. This character's horrible, too. I guess we'll try something different. Swirling Carnage. Swirling Carnage. And we now got swirling axes that do not come out very often. All right. Do anything fun for your birthday or anniversary? Oh, I wish I didn't pick swirling axes. Upgraded wand. Renfest? Renfest. All right, mini boss time. Out of the first 3 playable characters, warrior, mage, archer, archer feels the best in my opinion. Was going to dress up, but I have no Viking gear. I want to see it. Come on. You need to go get some Viking gear. Hi, lady. Man, this game has so much potential. This is interesting. We're beating Lagon this round. For sure. I don't know about the camera, though. Think of No Rest for the Wicked, right? The idea is that it's rogue-lite, which means every single run you are supposed to progress farther. So if they actually did that, where every run you get a little stronger, which they don't, that would help a lot. Take out Lagon's tentacles. Very stupid. And allow you to have more skills or more meaningful choices. Cracked wand, sure. Level up. No, we don't want that. We don't want. All right, we're gonna take execute again. All I care about is single target, and I can aim it. Upgraded boots. The stronger every run part is the Well of Stars, but you gotta find them first. See, there's... What's that above the trees up there? I see one. You see that? Where did that one come from? See that up there, Guilty? Did you find a way to get to that? That's the well at the top of the mountain. Oh, that's the one we already access. I gotcha. Okay, but let me just walk me through this, Guilty. Every run I am not going to get stronger nor get better from where I am currently at. Which means if you can't beat the tentacle monster, you will never progress ever. Right? I'm just simply the way the game is set up right now. I will never progress farther than the point I am at. Bow feels so much better. So the purple star essence is littered around the town. You need to find that, and that is static between runs. I've got like 4 and can beat the tentacles. Magma orb, dragon's breath, up execute. We have fulfilled another prophecy. Dude, we're knocking out prophecies though. New skill available. I wonder what triggers the tentacles. Oh wait, is this Path of Exile 3? That's exactly what it is. I know what triggers Aaron. Oh gosh. That is true. That is true. Keep the old. Upgrade that. Upgrade that. Upgrade that. Keep our old. Upgrade that. Level up. Execute. When I walk in there, you're gonna lock me in. Get out of here, plague rat. Oh well, have a good time. Gotta work. Upgraded bow. Upgraded helmet. Execute. A ring. don't know where you found 4 of those purple things. I mean, I only got that one. I haven't seen any in town. All right, everybody, we are headed to the tentacle soon. What is this? Something different. I was waiting for you to find this. Unironically, Lagan in this game is just as triggering as Lagan and Ellie. Oh, Mr. Orange, you're enjoying this? Freak out. This is great. Oh, gosh. I'm going back to Warrior. We're just gonna play it like a hack and slash. Bosses seem to push off the DPS check. Oh, is that what it is? Upgraded sword. I agree, melee is supposed to be the worst, but wait, isn't melee always worst? Of course. That's why we're doing it. We're gonna change it up. Nothing else is working, so might as well try this. It's my thought process. The logic is sound. Trust me. Cyclone Strike. Whenever you deal damage, gain stacking attack speed for a short duration. Now we're ready. Ow. All right. Well, let's have our first boss, see how this goes. That hurt. Dude, melee's where it's at, you know? Look at that. Exactly. We're a frenzy barb. No, we're a frenzy crusader. That's what we are. Frenzy crusader. A shop. What do we got here? Get swirling carnage. No, we don't want that. Dragon's breath. Two-handed rusty claymore, rusty blade of the gambler. Increase fire, increase damage to bosses. Or we can get a skill. We've literally never used Dragon's Breath. Every 5th attack? All right. And upgrading our helmet. All right. Now we're ready for the city. I like going two-handed sword and execute. Don't tell me what works. 6th crossing. Oh my gosh. Oh, nice. They finally released the demo. Yeah, have fun with it. Wait, what did I say?
I'm still alive, but only barely.
Who is that? What's up, Zim? He's barely alive, everyone. Barely. Oh, crap. Look at that idiot on the roof. How am I supposed to get him up there? Another prophecy fulfilled. Zim, thank you for the tier 3 sub. You're a gentleman. Thank you. You're missing a real fun experience. Playing this. All right. Got a couple of rings. And continue to upgrade our attack speed. Work is killing me, but I'm still on the side of dirt. Hey. As long as you're putting in work, you're good. You're doing good. I believe in you. Oh, these guys are way more fun to fight when you're shooting arrows at them. How do you feel about this game? Man, I had such high hopes. I was like, dude, this game is awesome. And then there's a couple of things in it that, oh, it's so bad. There's like a couple of little choke points that just... It's one of those games where it's difficult for the wrong reasons. It's just, it's not difficult fun where like, oh, I got the boss to 90%. I just need to get a little better. I needed to dodge one extra attack. No, it's just, we want you to die 40 times. Like, we want you to suck. It's hard to explain unless you're playing it. There's a little check in the game for DPS that it's just really bad. It's really bad. Let's just go fight that boss again. Oh, crap. I see it. I see the purple thing. Guilty. How the hell do you get up those stairs? Gotta go around. Oh, let me open the chest. We're about to die anyways. Oh, wait. No, that takes you to the boss. Oh, you gotta go down that way. I see it. I got it. We have 32 life. This fight should be easy. We almost killed him. Oh, that was really close. We were really, really close. That was close. I just had a little more life. Just a little more life. All right, last run of this day. Last run of the day. Tough. So this game is labeled as a, you ready for this? As a hack and slash rogue-lite with Souls elements. And if you hang around that town for too long, they put you in a DPS check that has killed us 4 times. So if you're like taking the time and exploring and trying to get your character better, the game kills you. It feels really bad. He wants to give me a bow again? And I want to give me a staff again. Let's keep the bow. Shoot him! Ooh, we'll take the attack speed cyclone strike, but with our bow. That might feel good. Shoot a lot faster. I'm gonna win this one for you, Zim. Win this one for Zim. Strength. Dex. Now we need the dex. Take the ring. Fire resistance. All right, mini boss. This boss with the archer is so easy. We've never used ice spears. I don't want any of these. Well, guess we're going ice spears. Oh, we gotta look at the ice above our head, huh? Upgrade Cyclone Strike. New item drop. Another prophecy fulfilled. And we are spec'd into Dex. All right, here we go. Back into our favorite city for the 7th time. Hi, Clear Mind, what's up? Hello. This one's for Zim. Good morning. This is called, X. What the hell's it called? Guilty? I can't remember right now. Oh, look at us chilling the enemies. That's kind of nice. Our damage is for sure down based upon the skills we picked. For sure. It is called... Ooh, I dropped the controller. It's right here. Heretical. Choose your hero and defeat the guardians of the Sanctora Mountain. Action rogue-like, light, Souls-like, controller, hack and slash. Playable demo. We are 7th attempt to trying to beat the first area. And like, we're not even getting close. We're literally not even getting close. Hey, Raylith, thanks for the sub.
Cheers, look okay.
Thank you, sir. We're gonna just play it slow and we're gonna try and trigger Lagon. We never get close to killing him, but this time it's gonna be different because I got Zim on my side. All right. Rarity of items found. No. No. Upgraded bow. We got our rare bow. Armor. No. Blade. Sure. Wand. Sure. Take that. I need more ice things above my head. Shoot him. Gear check incoming. I've been playing very slow. More armor. Attack speed, dodge chance, all resistance, crit chance. No. Upgrade Cyclone Strike. Dude, I'm so focused right now. I want to go into the gear check with as much life as possible. All the life. Right now we're full. There it is. We did it! Oh. How's it going? going good. It's giving me two options that are identical. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're not identical. Cursed. Negative 1.5% XP per slain. Cursed. Plus 2 true damage per enemy slain. The hell is true damage? I believed in you. Thank you. It was Zim. Zim got at me there. Now we need to kill enemies to get some life back. Kill the beggar. 1 to all skills. Flat, maybe? Why can't I kill him? Movement speed. No. Armor trickster skills. What trickster is. Sure. Thank you. Oh, okay. Oh, you went to Costco? Oh. Oh. Yeah. I know. Thank you. He glitched. Alright. I think I've killed every enemy I can in the city. So we're just gonna have to fight that boss with 48 life. All right. Can we progress? Focus. Focus. Best. Best. Our Cyclone Strike is level 5. We're done. Yeah, this game's very silly. Okay, we're done. That's it. Oh. Oh my gosh. Done. What do you mean, quitter? I am maximum focus, fully understanding the game and the strategy. It's been downgraded into the silly category. The game is very silly. You are better than this. No, very, very silly. It's been put into the silly category. It's one thing about making the game hard. It's another thing doing that. Very ridiculous. Difficulty should not. Difficulty doesn't have to be unfun. I think it's like a good way of looking at it. Difficulty should not be unfun. I guess that's the Souls light part. It's just, I mean, there's no other way to say it. Like, you could play Black Myth Wukong and fight a boss over and over and over again. And as you fight the boss, you understand its mechanics. You get a little better at dodging. You get a little better at parrying. And you get closer and closer and closer. And then you beat it and it feels good. This is literally like, you get to that boss. It kills you. You start back at the beginning at level 1. You spend all the time to get back to that boss. It kills you. You start back at level 1 over and over and over again to re-level to that boss, and learning the mechanics are irrelevant because you're never like, so the only way you win is if you have RNG of a good geared character that you hope things fell. I don't know, it's really unfun. It's just an unfun play style. Now, this is where they could easily fix it, is that this is supposed to be rogue-lite, not rogue-like. L-I-K-E versus L-I-T-E. The difference in a rogue-lite is that every time you do a run, you progress your character. Maybe you get a couple points of dexterity. Maybe you get to put points into health or health regen or something like that, so that every run you get a little stronger and you could feel yourself progressing through the game faster so that you could push further. This game does not have that, which means it is literally a rogue-like, which would be like a Hades or something like that, where every game is a fresh run starting at level 1. It's really, really bad. Okay. Indie Showcase. 9 different games from Sunday to Thursday are in the books. Done. Okay? Some good, some bad, some with tremendous progress, some we didn't get to explore that much because the demo was not long enough. My honest plan is to make a video on every single one of them. They will be just first impression videos where I give my thoughts and my feedback. Tomorrow, we are back to a regularly scheduled program. Tomorrow, of course, is Last Epoch Dev Chat. So we'll play some Dev Chat bingo. And I'm going to start working, I think, on a new machine gun Spriggan. I'm undecided. We're either going to go Minion and go Cold Vines or machine gun Spriggan. So we're going to have to find out. I went back and forth. We tried to do the set where we trigger avalanches, and maybe with the new avalanche skill we can mess around with that with Spriggan, but that's what we're gonna mess around with tomorrow. Machine gun, exactly. That's kind of my thought. That is kind of my thought. So awesome. Made it almost 5 hours today. We played 2 indie titles, and we were able to watch the entire Diablo 4 PTR Season 6 Campfire. So that came off. That was pretty good, too. So I am done for today. I think I'm going to work on a recap video for D4, and then we'll be back to our normal stuff tomorrow. Check out the Discord if you have not had a chance to join. We do a giveaway every 2 weeks. And thank you for everyone that came out to movie night for Patreon. Next week, we will be doing game night with V Rising. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your day, and I will see you tomorrow.